Hey everyone, welcome to the R Anime Awards 2020. We freaking made it. I'm Wilson, otherwise known as Kamimashita. You know, I actually don't know who is supposed to be hosting the stream anymore. Like, I'm having an identity crisis. I don't know whether or not I'm Dr. J. Wilson or Kamimashita. I guess I'm both, and neither. But let's see. Whew. Wasn't 2020 a heck of a year? You know, it's real tough. In January 2020, I didn't even know what a Zoom was. And, you know, as recently as a week ago, I thought that because I lived in Texas, I didn't have to fear the cold. And that was certainly very wrong. I currently have a hole in my ceiling and water on my floor. But, you know, all that matters is that in an environment where everything is changing, you know, we don't know whether or not we're gonna get sick. We don't know whether or not your freaking pipes will freeze and burst. At the end of the day, what we got anime. And, you know, I think that's something special. I think the fact that seasonals, I mean, obviously some seasonals were delayed, but we still got some great shows to watch. And that in and of itself, I think just shows the resilience that anime, both production over in Japan and the community over here, really has. So I'm very happy to be over here hosting these awards again, in spite of everything that's happened. But you know what's actually something that I am really happy about? And it's actually my ultimate dream. I'm a VTuber, y'all! Yo! Hi, I can blink my eyes and stuff. How's that, huh? Anyway, you know, okay, some people are saying they hate VTubers. You know what I say to that? Haters. Okay. Anyway, usually around this time, what I would do is I would go ahead and explain how the awards work. But there's actually a contingent of jurors this year that amazingly put together this really, really great video on exactly how everything works, as well as some of the changes we made to try to make the awards better year after year. So without further ado, here's their video.
The r/Anime Awards is an annual project of the r/Anime community. They began in 2016, and each year they aim to highlight the best that anime had to offer across a multitude of categories. We give out 2 awards for each category, the Public Award and the Jury Award. The Public Award is a popularity vote. The entry that receives the majority of votes wins. In addition, each category has a dedicated jury formed by people selected out of a pool of applicants. They watch every nominated entry to completion and discuss the pros and cons before delivering a ranking. Nominees are selected with a similar method, half from the public and half from the jury. This ensures the recognition of both entries that were most widely beloved on the sub, and favorite picks of hardcore enthusiasts of each niche. Our eligibility rules specify that all anime must have received a widespread release with English subtitles before they can be judged. For instance, this means that we don't judge movies in the year they receive the theatrical release, but rather whenever they're put on streaming services or Blu-ray. We are a global community that comes from all corners of the world, and we want everyone to be able to participate. Series only become eligible in the year they finish airing. If a show starts in one year but ends in the next, it will be judged in the year it finishes airing. Long-running shows that are produced continuously, like Sazai-san or Shin-chan, would be judged as a single entry. Shows split into seasons with clearly defined beginnings and ends will be judged upon each season's conclusion. We split our awards into 4 broad categories: genre, character, production, and main. Character and main awards are simple. We choose what we think are the best overall entries within each category without any restrictions or a specific set of criteria. Genre awards give fans of specific genres a chance to focus on their favorite niche, and unlike in main categories, TV shows and movies can compete here head-to-head. Entries are evaluated holistically, not just pertaining to genre conventions. Production awards aim to isolate specific aspects of sound and visuals and judge them irrespective of the show's overall appeal. While both movies and TV shows are eligible for production categories, differences in scheduling and budgeting constraints between the two put them on uneven footing in some areas. To address this, we keep them separated in several categories and give an award to each. There are 3 awards that may require a little knowledge of the anime production process to understand. Best Storyboarding evaluates elements such as the exact sequences of events, mise en scène, shot compositions, angles, and lengths. Best Animation considers how well an anime looks in motion, how good it is at conveying kineticism, energy, and emotion. Best Compositing judges how well the animation is aligned with backgrounds, as well as its coloring, lighting, and use of effects and filters. There is no barrier of entry to join the r/anime awards. All you need to do is have a Reddit account and look out for threads announcing various stages of the process. Whether you want to contribute to awards as a host, a juror, a helper, or if you just want to vote for your favorite shows and comment in results threads, everyone is welcome to participate. At the end of the day, we are all here to appreciate the medium of anime.
How was that, huh? Wasn't that amazing? Big thanks to Wolf, really, for spearheading the project, and then the amazing illustrations by PandaVeng. Every year, I get it wrong. I don't know why. PandaVenger? PandaVenger. Anyway, without further ado, let's move on to the genre awards. First up is action. Who doesn't like a little bit of action, right? So for action, we are actually supposed to have Brittany Lauda on. Unfortunately, and she is the co-owner of Coach Sound. She does a lot of ADR and voice work with a bunch of different animes, and she is actually also a voice actress. Now, unfortunately, like me, she is based in Texas. And Texas, not a really good place to be right now. So unfortunately, she could not make it onto the show, but we're really, really happy that she agreed to be on initially in the first place. So instead, we'll have a secret person that you will probably enjoy. But first off, let's show the nominees.
Best Action: Akudama Drive, Piero. Boku no Hero Academia Season 4, Bones. Burn the Witch, Studio Colorido. Decadence, Nuts. Fate Grand Order, Zettai Maju Sensen Babylonia, Cloverworks. Haikyuu To the Top, Production IG.
Your public winner and jury winner for Best Action of 2020 is Akudama Drive. To join us to talk about the everything is our good friend RustySticks. Hi Rusty, how are you doing?
Hey Wilson, how you doing today?
I'm doing well. Now, first things first, does Akudama have jazz in it?
It does, unfortunately.
It does have jazz. Okay. Is it good jazz?
It is good jazz, yes.
Now the thing is, I'm actually not very familiar with what Akudama is. Could you explain it briefly for me?
It is...
I heard it's part of Danganronpa?
It's similar to Danganronpa. It's about multiple characters who have specific names based around what they do in the series. I believe Bagel would be able to give a better explanation about it.
Yeah, of course. Let's bring in the juror from Action. This is the Yummy Bagel. Hey Bagel, how are you doing? Bagel's having audio issues and can only hear Discord. That's fine. When I was editing for Akudama, what I was really struck by is just how visually striking it is. Some of the shots are quite beautiful, and the animation is killer. As you could see in the montage, I hope that it was clear. Now, Rusty, how did the category go, would you say?
You mean how discussion went?
Yes.
Discussion was actually the best way to use would be contentious. As you can see, everything was ranked: Akudama, Decadence, Burn the Witch, Haikyuu, Fate Go, My Hero. Those top 5, it came down to 1 vote for each of them. They were all the top 5 were tied for first place.
Oh my god.
Until the final vote was made.
So it wasn't just like Akudama just like ran away with it.
No. I remember last year, Bagel was in action with me last year. When we started, everyone joined. We were like, all right, Mob Psycho is going to win. What do we put below it? This year was the complete opposite of that. No one knew what was going to win. We all liked a wide variety of shows. Everyone liked Promare, Railgun. Unfortunately, those did not get nominated. But it was very close.
Didn't get nominated?
Nope.
Why do you think that is? What do you think about that?
Bagel would be able to give a better explanation of that. I could voice my own thoughts, but I don't think anyone cares what I think.
No, I care.
If you want to know my thoughts, I thought it was very pretty to look at. Soundtrack was fantastic. Main 2 characters were great. That's it.
Okay.
Did not care about the story nor the other characters.
I do agree that the story was maybe like a trifle. It felt very Trigger to me. And like Trigger is great. I love Trigger. I loved Kill la Kill. I loved
Kill la Kill is my favorite anime of all time.
Exactly, right? I just feel Premiere is just a little more of the same. Even though it looked spectacular.
It was beautiful, yes.
Yeah. I think in the production categories we're gonna see a lot of it.
Oh yeah.
Okay, but thank you for coming by. I'll probably see you later.
All right, see you later. Sorry we couldn't talk, Bagel.
Yeah, sorry, Bagel. All right, bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, there's action for you. I'm sorry about the technical issues, but hey, this is our stream, apparently year after year. So we're just going to roll with the punches. But next up, we're going to be talking about Adventure. So with Adventure, our guest is going to be Colonel Panic. Hi, Panic. How are you doing? Hi, Panic. Never mind then. So Adventure is all about seeing the world and experiencing the joy of Wanderlust. So without further ado, here are your nominees for Best Adventure.
Best Adventure. Orophin, Silverlink. Digimon Adventure, Last Evolution Kisuna, Yumeta Company. Golden Kamui Free, Geno Studio. Majo no Tabi Tabi, C2C. Hakume no Tsubasa, Studio Colorido. ReZero OVA, White Fox.
And your public winner for Best Adventure is ReZero Season 2. And the jury chose Pokemon Twilight Wings.
Okay, that is not ReZero Season 2. But anyway, it's ReZero, okay? ReZero
It is
Season
ReZero,
2,
trust us.
the OVA, whatever, man. They're all ReZero, okay? And Panic is actually here. He forgot to push his push to talk.
It said
Come on,
push
Panic.
to talk required, and I was like, I don't think I ever set a button for this.
Panic, you made me panic.
Sorry.
Also, I just noticed your name is not Colonel Panic. Your name is Coronel Panic.
Coronel. Yeah, because I misspelled it when I was a kid. So now I kept it.
See, I think that's how a lot of how our usernames come about. But
Right.
what do you think about these results?
I think
I mean,
But I agree.
ReZero, I don't think it's that surprising, right?
no, it's very, very popular, and it's a very good show. the other one was Pokemon Twilight Wings. I have not seen Pokemon Twilight Wings.
I've heard such good things about it, and from the clips I've seen, it looks beautiful.
But Pokemon Twilight Wings, is that the one that's set in the new region?
Yeah, and it's actually it's all free on YouTube. It's actually kind of a shorter series, but you can go watch it right now, and it looks really great.
Yeah. What I am curious about is okay, good. Golden Kamui, second place jury, third place public. That's pretty good. I'm fairly certain that's what I voted for. Golden Kamui.
Oh, really? Why'd you vote for it?
It's such, my God, like it embodies adventure. It's like several groups of people all ganging up, allegiances change. There's like this big quest they're all on. Like adventure is very ambiguous in a way. It fits in a lot of different ways. Like I would say like Akudama Drive, just one action. It's also adventure, I feel.
Yeah, I do. And the world is so big and sprawling, and it just gives you so many like little tidbits to kind of bite on and pull the threads for.
Yeah, it's like they travel from place to place, they meet new people, and relationships develop.
The thing about Golden Kamui I really thought was really cool was how well it balances the more comedic moments with the more like dramatic and actiony moments. It does such a good blend. It's so crazy.
It has an unrivaled ability to take like a really epic, heartwarming moment and make it like really crass comedy without actually ruining it.
All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and pull in the juror for this, and we'll talk to them real quick. And the juror for this is Animestuck. Animestuck. What did I say? Did I say Animestuck?
Anime stunk.
He does not stink. Okay. But Stuck, how are you doing today?
I'm doing well. How are you?
That's good. I'm a little tired, but I'm doing fine.
Good to hear.
Let me know how did the category go?
Well, the jury process. I sort of came in a little bit late for the adventure jury. I was brought in as sort of a replacement. But I got there right before the real discussion days and threw in Twilight Wings. And it was really well received, I feel like.
Wait, you were the one that like advocated for Twilight Wings?
Yes.
And it ended up winning. Good job.
Yeah.
I was very happy with the way that the results went. But I really enjoyed basically all of the nominees. I hadn't really watched almost any of them before joining the category besides Twilight Wings, and everything sort of just went really well because the public noms were all phenomenal. I really loved Tamaji no Tabi Tabi and Bofuri and ReZero OVA, and Golden Kamui Season 3. I enjoyed the first two seasons, but I hadn't watched it until joining the jury, so I was really happy with that. A bunch of the jury ended up really loving Twilight Wings, obviously, and the Digimon movie, which I wasn't quite expecting. I was really excited when it was well received.
Yeah, I feel like Digimon is kind of making a weird return. It's like
I mean, looking at these results,
as kids of the 90s, we all watched like the first show, and then I feel like it kind of went on the back burner for a long time, and now I'm hearing a lot of good stuff about it again.
Yeah.
This movie in particular, I felt like was really strong in just the way that it was storyboarded and the themes of everything. It just, even as somebody that never was into Digimon as a kid or anything like that, it really stood out to me as just this great film.
Yeah. Now, one of the things I really want to ask is, I think Bofuri in front of the ReZero OVA, which ultimately did win the public rankings. It's a little. Can you explain exactly? Did you just think since it was an OVA, it just wasn't like substantial enough for you, or why Bofuri over ReZero? Do you think?
I mean, first of all, the jury really loved Bofuri.
Really?
We really enjoyed Bofuri. There were some people that were kind of like, it's good, but not as good as the other ones. That was the general sentiment. Was this one, something has to come in fifth. So this one is the one that we'll put there. But the ReZero OVA, it felt like a very focused story on Amelia, but it didn't really feel like it gave her the development that she needed. and that led a lot of us to sort of say it doesn't quite do enough compared to Beaufree, where Beaufree brought us on this grand adventure through this game and developed multiple characters in a way that we really enjoyed.
Okay, well, I mean, I think that makes sense. All right, well, thank you so much, Stuck, for coming on. However, Panic is going to stay because he's going to be here with the Comedy Award. So, bye, Stuck.
All right, thank you.
And Panic, you stay with me because we're over here in comedy.
I ain't going nowhere.
How'd you think of comedy this year?
Oh, I loved comedy
You
this
loved
year.
comedy this year. Okay. Well, let's show them what was bopping.
Best Comedy. Best Satsu Olympia Kiklos. Gosai Studio. Ishizoku Reviewers. Passione.
お店の女王通称先女王をレビューする者たちがいる
Hamefura. Silverlink.
カタリナが負けたらダメじゃないですか。破滅への一直線じゃないですか。
Kaguya-sama Season 2. A1 Pictures.
年に一度のわがままですしね。仕方ないですね。
Kakushigoto. Agiado.
姫
Konosuba Movie. JC Staff.
And your winner for both the jury and the public is Kaguya-sama Season 2.
Not too surprising, I think, right?
Not a big shocker.
Not a big shocker, I think. Kaguya Season 2 was pretty beloved, as you can see. So the thing about comedy I find really kind of cool is how really because everyone knows comedy is really subjective, right? Everyone finds something different funny. So what really makes a comedy? Like, how do you go from something like Kaguya to something like, I mean, Kakushi Goto's in here, Hamefuta's in here. These are all really wildly different shows.
They are, yes. The thing about Kaguya-sama's comedy that I personally really enjoy is how they use the directing, and it's like they have this whole thing where she's just ranting on a hospital bed and you cut to Ayasaka like zooming in and out with her finger, and the screen is actually also doing it. Like they use the entire medium of anime to convey the jokes.
Oh, that's really,
that's why
I didn't actually think about that, but that's incredibly true. So like they don't actually just write good jokes and like do good comedic timing, but they actually alter the actual viewing experience itself to make it more funny.
Exactly. Like they use the whole thing.
That is great. What I really wanted to talk to you. Okay, so I actually forgot to properly introduce you, probably because of the technical issues. This is Colonel Panic. He is a co-host for the R Anime podcast, and for I don't know if this is really proper of me, but I associate you the most, along with Bex, with because you guys do the hentai podcast episodes. Yeah, you're on like the 6th one or something.
I was on the 5th one, the 4th.
Like
I think I was on the 5th.
That's like 5 whole podcasts, like about hentai.
Yeah,
but
like Becker does those with Bacon. I was guesting on the 5th one, and then I do my own on the side called the Nutcast, where we talk. It's been a hot minute since I did anything with that, but that's like a little venue to talk about ecchi shows, including one of the nominees here, Ishizoku Reviewers.
Yeah, I mean, you did like the show, right?
Yes, I loved it. I thought it was really, really funny. Like, obviously, comedy isn't... I would say that it's kind of split. Like, it's obviously an ecchi, but it's also a comedy. And, like, in lieu of having a whole ecchi category, I feel like a lot of ecchi shows fit very well in comedy, because they usually are really funny. Like, Monster Musume, this one...
Monster Musume is probably the perfect example of how you can do ecchi that isn't just like pure fan service tantalization, but actually be funny and be a good product in and of itself.
It's like Prison School, High School of the Dead. Maybe not High School of the Dead. Oh, that had some funny moments, but it's also like a suspense show. So like ecchi is usually couched in some other bigger genre. And Ishizoku, it certainly had a lot of comedy.
And we're gonna bring in the juror now to speak really quickly about how comedy went. It says Wolf. Hi Wolf, how are you doing?
Hey, listen. After
Hey,
last year in drama, I have decided that these awards are a joke, so I'm a comedy juror now.
Oh, okay, Mr. The awards are. This is why you get Ishizoku reviewers in here. How did the category go?
Well, as you can probably guess, Kaguya was kind of a runaway winner, because it has like a very broad appeal, I would say. It has a show that offers
appeal.
something.
Define that.
Broad appeal.
Broad appeal. Okay.
Also broad.
I think it does have bro appeal. I'm just saying. I think Chika, I think bros be into her. And Ishigami, and everyone really. I don't know where I'm going with this. Is there anything special about the process that you think you can elaborate on?
Well, it's not really much to elaborate on because comedy is very subjective. So
no, definitely.
When you put like 11 jurors into a room and ask them what did they think funny, some people will say I laughed at Olympia Kyklos, and someone say I didn't laugh a single time at Olympia Kyklos. So it's kind of hard to find a compromise between the two stances. Whereas you find something like Kakushigo to like Kaguya, where everyone can find something good about it, and that's kind of what put those two shows above others, perhaps.
Yeah, it's rough to argue it. Like, why did you think this show was funny? Then you have to explain the jokes, and that kills it.
And that is a very interesting insight, actually. So Kaguya, being so broad and containing so many different like things you can latch onto, it makes sense that it would win. It's kind of like appealing to more of the masses rather than something indie or kind of more niche like Olympia. Because Olympia, I saw some clips of Olympia. That show looks just weird.
I think the strengths of Kaguya are like very sort of technical in that it has good storyboarding, good voice acting, good coloring. Like that stuff matters in the end of the day. And I think that's what makes it just a fun, enjoyable show for anyone. Besides, the premise, the jokes, and even the drama that's also in there.
Okay, well, thank you for the insight, and you two have a good day. Enjoy the stream.
Thanks.
I wanted them to say bye. I mean, at least Wolf said thanks. But coming up next is drama. Who doesn't like some drama, huh? And your guest is Kamewashita. Oh wait, that's me! Here are your nominees for Best Drama.
Best Drama. Chihaya Furu Free, Madhouse. Diamond no Ace Act 2, Madhouse. Fruits Basket second season, TMS Entertainment.
それが12時にとっての呪い
Kaiju no Kodomo, Studio 4 Degree C. Major Second, Season 2, OLM. Violet Evergarden Gaiden, Kyoto Animation.
彼女はどこにでも行ける僕と違って
Your public winner for Best Drama is Violet Evergarden Gaiden. And the jury chose Chihaya Furu 3. Now, I'm not going to interview myself. Joining me is going to be the juror for the category, Accipender. Hi, Aki. How are you doing? Hi, Aki. How are you doing? Hi, I'm doing fine. I'm Aki. Hi, Aki. I'm Wilson. Anyway, just looking at these nominees, the one that really stands out to me is that I really thought that the jury would also go for Violet Evergarden Gaiden, just because I saw it I was given the opportunity to watch it in theaters, and it was just a really, really great experience. The way the movie is set up is that there's almost two separate threads, and it starts one story thread at the beginning, and then it kind of moves on and you just forget about it until it just comes back and hits you in the end. It starts off this kind of like bomb that gets lit, and then you don't even really notice it, the fuse crawling closer and closer towards the Link Legend of Zelda cartoon bomb until it explodes and tears just come out of your eyes. So that's what I really appreciated about Violet Evergarden Gaiden. At the same time, I can completely see why Chihaya Furu is the jury winner. Just because, unfortunately, I haven't been able to watch season 3, but I watched season 1. And
hey, what the heck?
Hi, Aki, how are you doing?
I'm doing pretty well. Sorry, I fixed the push-to-talk thing, and then I let you blabber for a bit.
Push-to-talk? Push-to-talk is like freaking trying to destroy me here. The Panic had the same problem. How are you doing, Accipender?
Doing pretty well, and yourself?
That's good. I'm doing okay. How did you come to this decision for the jury?
So basically, early on, Chihaya Furu was kind of a front runner. Like, everyone who'd seen the 3rd season of Chihaya Furu was honestly a really big fan, which to a certain degree makes sense. You know, the people who get to season 3 of Chihaya Furu are the ones who like season 3 of Chihaya, or who like Chihaya Furu in general and are likely to like it. So like from an early standpoint, it was clear that that was like one of the front runners. The jurors really liked the deep characterization, the way that it had some payoffs for stuff that had been built up from the 1st season, as well as some really interesting threads that were introduced in the 3rd season. And in particular, the fleshing out of the secondary characters, particularly Harada and Inokuma, but to a lesser degree, Suo Meijin and Shinobu, was something that the jurors really liked. As far as Violet Evergarden, I think that you did kind of point to a big core appeal and how it like tells 2 separate stories and kind of interweaves them together. But fundamentally, I think most of the jurors, and myself included, felt that it was like a little bit too disjointed of an experience. Like, to a certain degree, it kind of just felt like more episodes of Violet Evergarden.
I did feel like watching the movie, there's a certain point where you feel like it's about to be over and it's about to end, and you're about to, like, you know, you're getting out of your seat, you're like, you're making sure that you're drinking all your drink, and then it just goes on, and then it continues for like another hour. So
I distinctly remember when I was watching it, when it was getting to the end of the 1st act, I was like, so what are they going to do for another hour? And then they ended it, and I was like, oh, I guess that's what they're going to do. And then they went to the flashback with the little sister, and I was like, okay, is this what it's going to be? And then it went to something, and not entirely different, but like a completely different thread. And that was interesting. I certainly respect the ambition of trying to like tie 2 very different storylines in together, but they were a little bit disconnected. And I think that personally, and I know a number of other jurors felt this way, that the 2nd storyline was a lot less interesting than the 1st storyline, unfortunately.
I can see that.
It's worth noting that like all of the things were really good. I mean, like, Major 2nd season was nominated by the jury in particular, so the fact that it placed over something that the jury felt was good enough to make it in, I think is a testament to its quality. And obviously, we haven't mentioned the production. Violet Evergarden has a fucking seamless production.
Oh my god.
It's very good.
I guarantee you that we're going to see it in the production awards.
I suspect so.
Yeah. So the one last thing I want to talk about. We were just talking about how comedy is pretty subjective, and like was pretty broad. Like, comedy can be tons of different things. However, here we see a pretty diverse category of drama. We have like 3 sports shows. We have 2 baseball shows. But then we also have, you know, the beloved Fruits Basket, which was redone. Just to talk on how they use drama differently, or do they use it the same but just present it in different ways?
There was a variety of different drama, like Chihaya Furu, Diamond, Major 2nd season to a certain degree are more like traditional character dramas that focus on characters going through arcs to represent the thematics. Then you have something like Fruits Basket, which has some strong elements of character drama, particularly in the 2nd, but lean a lot more on like kind of classic melodramatic elements. And then you have something completely different like Kaiju no Kodomo, which honestly I would have felt would have been a little bit better suited to be in a category like thriller mystery, because it was so focused on like presenting its theming and its core mystery that it was very different.
One last question. Do you like baseball as a sport?
Oh, I actually don't like baseball.
Wow.
And when it was first not nominated, but the first day someone was like, hey, I really like Diamond No Ace. If people could check it out, I would appreciate it. And I was like, oh man, I have to watch 175 episodes of a baseball anime. I'm going to be not very happy by the end of it.
175? I didn't realize.
Yeah, season 1 is like 75 episodes, season 2 is 51, and season 3 is 51. So it's a lot.
All right, well, I hope you enjoyed the experience.
I did.
All right.
Thank you for having me, Wilson.
No problem.
You have a good rest of your day.
See you later. All right, thanks to Aki. That was really informative. So this next category is going to be for romance. And what's special about this category is that we have guest Pause and Select. Pause and Select, or more accurately, Joe from Pause and Select, because Pause and Select is a channel collaboration with Joe as well as YY2 Dragon, who does the audio and editing. He decided to pre-record. He can come live, but his segment is quite honestly amazing. So go ahead and here's Joe. Yeah, and he's on camera.
Hey there, my name's Joe. Covering the channel Pause and Select, which in effect is just a discussion about anime and manga in lenses that I think are interesting, and I'll be briefly discussing the romance category. Romance anime actually have a rather dramatic history, especially after the early 2000s. There was a huge push, for instance, by many publishers to adopt a sort of televisual J-drama antecedent. But really, what's important is that at the heart of this is also a testy negotiation between an increasingly otaku audience, as well as an increasingly overt demand by mainstream outlets for the same otaku consumers, well, to be more mainstream. We like to think of the early 2000s as a somewhat silent era in Japanese anime and manga, a transitional period between the tumultuous waves of Evangelion in the late 90s into the absolutely monstrous wave of Death Note into the mid to late 2000s. But it's really important to remember that a lot of titanic Japanese media at the time were romance stories. One of the biggest sellers in the early 2000s was Katayama Koichi's Socrates in Love, and one of the most influential pieces of Japanese media by far was Densho Otoko. The latter generated such massive backlash that it nearly killed the usage of the term moe in some otaku circles, and really began the massive debates about Nijiken Kompuretsu, two-dimensional complex, and the 2D love revolution came out of it. Romance is, thus in many senses, at the heart of otakudom. And if you're someone like Saito Tamaki, to love is to be otaku. So let's talk about that. Let's talk about what you guys voted as the best romance anime from Wow, I messed it up. From 2020, let's go.
Best Romance 君と波に乗れたらサイン去る俺がいるシーズン3フィルム芸が細かいだろう愛を感じるよなへえ冴えないヒロインの育て方ファイン CleverWorks
やってみないとわかんないよ
空の青さを知る人よ CleverWorks 天気の子 Comics Wave
私のビジネスパートナーは
やっばマジで依頼が来た
とにかく可愛い Seven Acts
付き合ってあげる
はい喜んで
Your public winner for Best Romance of 2020 is Origairu Season 3. And the jury chose Kimi to Nami ni Noretara, or Ride Your Wave. Now, before I play Joe's segment, I'm really nervous. I want to try this. I'm going to trigger everyone who watched Ride Your Wave. Okay, let's go. Kimi ga nagamete iru Minamo wa azanaka ni kiremeki Tsukushi Zutsu iro kaite Hikari suzuketeru. Take that. Anyway, here's Joe again.
So the jury and the public rankings are completely flipped, and I think they're rather interesting for different reasons. I'm not surprised that a jury would find a lot more of an emphasis on films, since films are usually much easier to compress into cohesive narratives that you will then remember than, say, television. What's fascinating, though, about the jury rankings is that the top 2 are really stories that not only serve just romance, but also double as disaster films. Masaki Yuasa has mentioned that Ride Your Wave draws upon the tsunami from 311, and Weathering for You is by Makoto Shinkai, one of the big developers of world-type stories. The most famous, or at least one of his big ones, being Voices of a Distant Star, which, funny enough, was also a romance story. I think these entries generally make sense, especially if they're in the top 2. They're visually striking, bombastic moments. They have a clear sheen to them, and that makes them stand out, especially if, you're in a jury and you're trying to come up with an idea of what stands out to you. Of course, let's talk about the other side. The romance public rankings also make a lot of sense. When you're dealing with the public, what matters is more so how strong and how stable the community supporting it is. And I can see both Oregairu and Tonikaku Kawaii as really, I can see both of their communities really upholding these entries. One of the big things that's important about anime consumption is that the community that revolves around it plays a massive role. And so it's in these sort of situations that I think TV shows really do have an edge, especially if they have really robust media mixes like Oregaru does, or they have really stable communities like Tonikawa does. And then, after that, it literally just follows the jury rankings, almost beat for beat, with Weathering for You and Ride Your Wave swapping spots, but the sentiment kind of remains the same. So, yeah, overall, it's really interesting stuff, and a lot of it makes a lot of sense. There's nothing particularly that strange, to be entirely honest. So I just want to say thanks to our anime for having me on. Hopefully I didn't butcher it.
Thank you, Joe. Joining us today for Romance is Sackavenger. Hi, Sack.
Hi.
You're the Avenger of Sacks.
Sort of.
Sort of. Okay. How did Romance go this year? Was it okay?
Well, there was a lot of talking.
A lot of talking. So it wasn't just like, hey, this show won, and then everyone just kind of shut up. It was all like, go, full on gas.
Yeah. There were about 50,000 messages sent over the course
50,000 messages! Man, that is a lot of discussion.
I don't know if it was all discussion, though. Well, I do.
Oh, okay. What I want to mention is that there's some people, kind of ringing in the chat. I mean, it makes sense. Like, this is the awards. This is, however, be mindful that this is top 6 of the year. So these shows beat out a ton of other great shows. All right, so Sack, one question I had for you really quickly is, Ride Your Wave is kind of, I feel like it's so unique in that it definitely is a romance. I don't think you can argue that it's not a romance.
Yeah, for sure.
But it's such a different kind of romance. Don't you feel that?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. How do you think it explores what romance can be?
Well, it really relies a lot on...
And sorry, I know it's like people. It's gonna be like very slightly spoilery. We're gonna try to avoid big points, but
it relies on the tragedy aspect of its narrative, I think. It kind of sidelines character interaction between the two subjects of the romance, instead attempting to rely on its effective exploration of grief over losing a loved one for a lot of the romantic moments, I suppose.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I actually, not to pimp me or anything, I made a video on this, and what I really focused on in the video is that I feel like it does a great job of making a contrast of like a before and after, and seeing how it plays off of one another. So really quickly, Tonikawa is kind of like a beloved manga. People are really awaiting the anime adaptation, and how did it go? Because I was aware, I was one of the people aware of Tonikawa. I had it on a plan to read list. how did it meet expectations, do you think?
Well, no. A big issue with it was it's not complex, it's not complex, and they try to make the marriage aspect seem like it matters a whole bunch, but if you take away that label, it doesn't really change a thing. Like, nothing about the characters' interactions is really changed by changing it to a high school relationship, because the marriage just kind of seems like a label slapped on to sell more, because to differentiate it, to disguise how basic it is as a rom-com.
I can totally see where you're coming from. So it's kind of like almost gimmicky, or the jury thought it was almost gimmicky.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for coming by, Sack. I really enjoyed talking with you.
Thank you. You too.
Ooh, that's romance. We're moving on to Slice of Life. I really like Slice of Life this year. I wasn't able to watch too much, but I did watch some, and I'm chilling for Fishing Girls. I actually don't know what won yet, so here are your nominees for Best Slice of Life.
Best Slice of Life. 映像犬には手を出すな。Science Saru。
分かってます。
ご注文はウサギですか Bloom。Encourage Films. Heya Camp Triangle. Sea Station.
ちゃんとカレーの味がする。秋のそれ真っ黒。
放課後堤防西。ドガ工房。
重りと針の間が短いのも引っかかりにくいから。
Love Live Nijigasaki High School Idol Club. Sunrise. 波を聞いてくれ Sunrise
ミナレさん
The public winner is, and the jury winner, I don't know why I was trying to lead it like that. They're both the same. It's Eizoken Niwa Teo Dasna. To join me is a ATargetFinderScrub. Hello, Target. How are you doing? And
hello.
Hi. And as well as the juror, who is the juror that I know, Cryzzalis. Hello, Cryz.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, I'm having a great time. Everyone, if you did not know, Cryz is basically the founder of these awards. We have him as well as others, but since he's here, I'm gonna put all the glory on him. He's the reason why we're doing this in the first place. So I'm gonna very quickly. You can't see me. I'm gonna bow down to you.
Well, I'll take all the glory I can get.
So how did you guys think about Slice of Life this year?
We felt like Slice of Life was pretty solid this year. We had a lot of different opinions of what shows were good. Like, one of the shows we discussed a lot before we locked down our final nominees was actually One Room, which was a secondary Slice of Life.
One Room? Isn't that the first-person POV short that you meet various women or men?
Yeah, exactly.
They made a side M. Equality.
Yeah, exactly. We had a lot of discussion about a variety of perspectives on that show. Some less favorable and some more favorable.
All right, a quick question I have for you is, my beloved Fishing Girls in the jury got third place. It got freaking last in the public, but it is kind of like a lesser known show. How did it? What am I doing? Why am I chilling for my show? Why did it place where it did?
So we felt like the fishing show was very comfortable in how it handled its atmosphere. It was a very nice time just sitting down and watching it, having something nice to drink. And it did a really good job at exploring how fishing works and what the finer technical points of fishing is and what you can do to improve yourself as a fisherman. But we also felt like the characters were a little bit of a mixed bag. Particularly the teacher character got a lot of flack.
Oh, and I do kind of agree, because the teacher character is kind of generic and, like lazy, and she's actually really irresponsible. I would not like her as a teacher for my children.
Yeah, precisely. And it felt like she sort of messed up the character dynamic a bit that the 4 main girls had going on. That was a little bit of a shame.
In talking about character dynamics, which I think is a very big portion of Slice of Life, Eizouken, our 2 winners. What our 2 winners of both the public and the jury. Do you think that's a big major focus of why it won? Both the theme of kind of improvement and working together, as well as the character interactions?
It did definitely play a pretty large part into why Eizouken did it as well as it did. It was a very big hit with a lot of jurors in the category. A lot of people felt like it had a very natural dynamic between the characters, and each one were individually really interesting. But it also had a lot of other aspects we liked about it, like how it portrayed the creative process, or how expressive it was in its use of animation and sound design and stuff. But it is worth noting that we had our second place finisher, Gochiusa, was also really, really close, and the decider was essentially a single juror between the two of which plays first.
Yeah, I mean, I noticed that, like, Gochiusa, yeah, this probably was one of the best seasons of it, and just in general, like, seeing all the different characters, how they interacted, mainly how Kokoa seemed this season really, like, stepped up to the top and had a lot of great moments, and some of the other side characters, such as Chia and stuff, they're pretty great this season as well.
You could say that it bloomed.
Yeah, you can say that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you could definitely say that.
All right, thank you. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just wondering. Sorry, quick question about Heya Camp. So, how do you guys feel about that in general? Like, for the jury?
We had some contrasting takes on Heya Camp in the jury. Generally speaking, we felt like it's just more Eurocamp, but it doesn't really have the main strength of Eurocamp, which is the character strength and character dynamic between Nadeshiko and Rin. And because Rin had so little presence in Heya Camp, it sort of felt like it diminished that strength a little bit.
Okay, I can see where you're coming from. That's fair. Me personally, I mean, I think it just carried the same feel, even though it was in a kind of short form factor. And I don't know, man. It's just Eurocamp. It's something magical. So I think I'm just particularly biased towards it. Anyway, again, thank you guys so much for coming on. It was really fun talking about one of my favorite genres with you.
Yep, no
It
problem.
was fun talking to you as well. Thanks for having us.
Yeah. What I really wanted to do was try to get Target to give us a hot take, but I'll save that for a rainy day. After Slice of Life, coming up is Suspense. Now, we have a really, really great guest for Suspense. Our guest for Suspense is Kayli Mills. Hi, Kayli. How are you doing?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm doing really well. I'm so glad you're here. So, if you guys didn't know, Kayli Mills is a voice actress. She plays Amelia, one of the nominees in this category, as well as Frida, Karen, Kaname. She plays a whole slew of people. You've probably seen something with her in it.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, of course. And without further ado, here are your nominees for Best Suspense.
Best Suspense. Dorohedoro, Mappa. Great Pretender, Wit Studio.
バカなことを考えたの。ルイスが勝てばいい話だべ。
It Invaded, Nas. Made in Abyss Movie, Kinema Citrus. Munona Nana, Bridge.
にわかには信じがたいが、そんなところか。先ほど確かに見
ReZero Season 2, White Fox.
So, clearly, we have good taste here because your public and jury winner for Best Suspense is ReZero Season 2.
I don't think that's a really big surprise here. And again, I'm really glad we got you on here because now I can say on stream, congratulations. You totally deserved it.
Thank you so much.
Now, what I really wanted to ask you is, you've been a part of some really big franchises. What has made ReZero and Amelia in particular special to you?
So what's made ReZero and Amelia just super important to me is I used to watch ReZero as it came out in sub without ever knowing I would have the chance to audition for it. So like I that wasn't even on my radar. So I would do my ab exercises every Wednesday morning and watch ReZero. So when I had the chance to audition, that was crazy. And then to book it, is a whole nother thing. And with Amelia, she's a character who she kind of there's not a lot that we know about her in the beginning because as we know at this point in the series, she doesn't have all of her memories. And so what I thought was really great about getting to voice Amelia was I voiced that Amelia so early in my career. And she's gone through so much growth since then. So to get to perform that now, that I'm like a better actor and I've been through so much more and I've gone through like my own wavering and wondering who I am and if I deserve to be here, it just feels very Amelia, and I'm really glad I get to bring that to her.
That is amazing. So you're basically Amelia IRL.
I don't think I'm quite so nice.
All right, so one more thing that's not ReZero related, just because this is an amazing opportunity. I know you've also worked in adaptive screenwriting, which I think it's a job that a lot of fans, they don't really. It's kind of like behind the scenes, and people don't really get. Can you briefly explain what it is, and then maybe kind of say any projects you loved working on or were especially challenging for you?
Yeah, so ADR writing is where we take the script and we get the Japanese translation and we have to make it work in English. And the reason that you can't just take it and make it directly into English is because one, you have lip flaps to match. That might not match the cadence of the speech even if you cut it up in the right places. And two, you want it to make sense to English speakers, and there's things that in the sub, like you can read the sub and it works, but when you try to have it people say it, it doesn't sound natural at all. So our job is to make that sound natural and write in English. So that has been something I'd wanted to do on the side since I moved to LA. So I'm glad that I get to do that. And it was really awesome to get to write the OVA, the first OVA for ReZero, because I would have never expected I'd get to work on writing that too. So I was like, yes, I get to write my own drunk scene. This is the best. And then recently I've also worked on this really cute show called D4DJ, and that show is just plain old sugar sweet, adorable, and there's actually a rap scene coming up that may be adapted, so we'll see. That'll be fun and cute to watch.
Hey, keep an eye out for that. All right,
yes.
To join us today is going to be our juror from the suspense category is Awspear. Hi, Awspear.
Hello, Wilson and Kayli. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We can actually hear you. It's an important question to ask. How did the category go this year?
The category went really well. There was a lot of, especially in the last couple of weeks, there was a lot of multiple hour-long discussions on exact placements on just even one show in particular. Just tons of conversations going on the whole entire time.
Yeah, that's great to hear, and that's the whole point of these awards, which I want to emphasize, is that we have people that are really passionate about these shows that have to watch everything and then just talk each other's ears off, trying to figure out exactly where they're at. Kayli, did you have any questions for Awspear?
So when you're I don't know, it's like how do you decide? What is your decision-making process and what you consider the best? What are the things that you rate the highest?
So I personally value mostly on my enjoyment of shows, but it's different based on different jurors, obviously. Something we try to do is make sure that for these genre categories, we emphasize that it's not necessarily that they're the best at that ReZero isn't necessarily the best at suspense, but it's the best suspense show. So it's of all these categories, which is the strongest show to each individual juror.
I see. So then you get a good mix of what just feels like you enjoy it the most, and then also if you break it down, what comes out is on top, so that you have that
yeah. So
yeah.
So for example, with ReZero, there was originally a lot of discussion about whether or not its nature as being split into these two different parts, so it's only like one half of a story, whether or not that held it back. But there was, like, we discussed it, and just there ended up being that the intrigue and depth with the setup was just very strong, and then the character development with Subaru and especially Echidna really stood out to all of us.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Now, I know in a lot of juries, what ends up happening is that you kind of get worked up and you get into this like kind of passionate. You basically write just like a giant essay defending one of your selections. Did you end up doing that?
Oh yeah, so there was like my ReZero was one of my favorite of the category, but I wrote many. Even for the ones I didn't necessarily love the most, like so Akadama Drive, or sorry. Not even that one. Talentless Nana. Getting my categories mixed up. But for Talentless Nana, I went and talked about it for, I think towards the last couple of weeks, I talked for literally 4 or 5 hours straight just about the show. And yeah, so those discussions can get really in depth.
Oh yeah.
Well, I'm sorry it didn't pay off because it is last. But you know, for everyone wondering, you can see jury write-ups explaining exactly what they thought about the show and why they ranked it where it is on the website that will be released after the stream is over. But okay, thank you so much for joining us, both of you. And Kayli, just saying, did you have any upcoming projects you wanted to shout out or anything you'd like to promote?
I don't think there's anything I can talk about right now, but if you want to head over to Twitter and see me at Kayli Mills, just my name, or TikTok at the Donut Gremlin, there's stuff there, and I'll announce stuff regularly. Yes.
Okay.
I love donuts very much. I like to make TikToks with them sometimes, and I like to eat them and review them. So if you're interested in donuts, that's also a place for you.
Kayli Mills, world-renowned voice actor and donut connoisseur.
Yes. Yes, thank you.
See you guys. Thank you so much.
All right,
Bye. Thank you.
Bye.
Woo. Okay. Well, hey, guys, that's all the genre awards. Once again, thank you so much to Kayli for being on. We love to have people in the industry and that really know the ins and outs of these series here. Really quickly, we're gonna go into a brief intermission, maybe just like 5 minutes or so, maybe a little shorter, and then we're gonna jump into the character awards. So hey, stay tuned. We'll be right back. Oh, hi. I'm still a VTuber. You know, what else can I do? Oh, it feels a little hot in here. I'm just gonna. Oh, that feels better. Okay. Anyway, be right back, guys. I am back, and you can see that I'm back because I'm a snoo. Look at me. Okay. We gotta get the hoodie back on. No, don't dab. No, stop dabbing. Hi. It follows my mouth. Oh, I can act surprised. Anyway, we're moving on to the character awards. So give us just a moment for the super cool intro. All right, we're starting with Best Main Character in a Comedic Role. And our guest for Best Main Character in a Comedic Role is none other than MozillaFennekin. Hi, Moz.
Oh, hello.
How are you doing? Yeah. Moz is another member of the Anime podcast. He has his own channel as well. Also goes by Lux sometimes. He has a kind of more on the down low side channel that is amazing. You can watch him eat cereal and rank waifus.
Yeah.
Here are your nominees for Best Main Character in a Comedic Role. Oh, Moz, I'm so sorry. Did you have anything to say?
I did not know.
Okay, you're good. Let's go.
Best Main Character in a Comedic Role. Chino Kafu. Gochiusa Bloom.
ハウスはパン屋さんじゃないんだぜ。みんなコーヒー嫌いなんだぜ。
エレイナ。魔女のたびたび。かぐやしのみやかぐや様 Loves War Season 2。
ということは、
カタリナ・クライス。ハメフラ。
あんなに可愛くて、ニコル様は本当に幸せ者ですわね。幸せ者？
カズマサトウ。このスバくれない伝説。
カズマ！
Kotoko Iwanaga. Kyoko Suiri.
写真を見るがいい。思いっきりクロウ君仏頂面じゃない。
Ryuki Shirogane. Kaguya-sama Loves War Season 2.
受け入れてください。
俺は一体どうすれば。
まず歌じゃなく
Princess Suaris. Maojo de Oyasumi.
来るまでは日光がこんなに大事とは知らなかった。
And the public winner for Best Main Character in a Comedic Role is Kazuma Sato. And the jury chose Kaguya Shinomiya.
Now, I want to talk about the winners, but something has been bothering me, and I haven't been able to get down to the bottom of it. So I just want an explanation, okay? Why is it that every time I see people talking about Tabi, which is Majo no Tabi, they call Elena a Nazi? Why is she's a Nazi?
No. In fact, Elena did nothing wrong. You guys are just mean.
I'm so confused.
It's, I don't know. I guess it's complicated because let's just say that Elena might not be the most agreeable character a lot of the time because she has this passivity that, it's disagreeable because she's on a journey and she goes around to different places. She integrates with different cultures, which have different laws and things like that. And so some of these things will have some things that are, things that we consider not so good, but might be normalized in those societies.
Oh, and she kind of just goes along with it, or what?
Yeah, pretty much. The only times Elena really takes action are when things involve her directly, which are usually very petty things. She is a very stuck-up, maybe kind of petty person, and, these are also things that people might not enjoy, but I personally think that they made her a very enjoyable and very lovable character.
I have to, obviously, I haven't seen the show yet, so I'm not going to agree in case she actually is a Nazi and you're just crazy. And I'm not an Elena sympathizer yet, but I do really like characters who can be kind of like petty and kind of have these different kind of personality faults to them. I think it kind of makes them, just a more memorable and cool character. But just to go talk about the winners, just because, hey, they won. Sure. What really strikes me is that they're so different. We kind of saw this already in the comedy category, but Kaguya and Kazuma are main characters in comedic series, but they kind of accomplish their roles differently. What do you think about that?
Well, I mean, of course, it's because they're just such different series. Kazuma is like, he's the ordinary isekai protagonist, but he's not only self-aware of the trope, but he also is a very cynical take on it. He's aware of how broken the world is around him. He's aware of how obnoxious his party members are.
He's just like, I'm just gonna, why even fight it? Just like, why try to be noble?
Yeah, I'm just gonna enjoy life the best I can in this world. And Kaguya, like that whole series is about how you've got it kind of plays on the ditzy rom-com main character where they both have feelings for each other but can't accept it or can't acknowledge that, and so I don't know.
All right, well, here to talk about the jury process is Splitter. Hi, Splitter.
Hi.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Oh, I'm good. How about you?
I'm doing pretty good. How did the jury process go?
It went pretty well, I think. One thing that's interesting this year is that there's this impression that 2020 was a year with a lot of sequel anime. It was pretty much all sequels, but from within the nominees, we got an even split of returning characters and new characters. So I thought that was interesting.
That is interesting, actually. I was kind of under that impression. Moz, do you have any questions about, jury rankings or how their discussion went?
I do notice that the public winner took last place in the jury.
Yes, that did happen.
Any comment about that?
So I like Kazuma. I like Konosuba. He's a great character. I love him. But I was hoping that Megumin would have taken the public nomination this year because it's got Crimson in the name. This movie really focused a lot on her. There was a lot to talk about with her, a lot of interesting developments. Whereas Kazuma, it didn't feel like it focused as much on him, which meant that he had to go. Someone has to get last, and it was it had to be him.
You know, I will say, I am the biggest Konosuba fan in the world, but this movie wasn't really about Kazuma too much, and he didn't really do anything that we haven't seen from him too much. So I guess I'm fine with that. The other one I would say is that I feel like Katarina gets a lot of hype among the community, especially on Reddit, and she took 7th in here. Is that based on like a certain dislike, or is it just a matter of competition?
It's a little bit a matter of competition, but there was discussion. The main detractors of her were that she was really good for the first half, but then after the time skip, once they're actually at the school, she kind of loses a bit of her charm. Like the joke kind of wore thin as time went on.
There's something about a precocious kid being super nice to everybody and kind of like through the power of niceness overcoming obstacles, as compared to kind of like a ditzy she's nice, but you know, is that really a virtue, just being nice? Isn't that just expected kind of thing? At least that's how I personally feel about Bakarina. She is still good though.
Yes, all of these characters. I'm glad to see all of these characters dominated. They're all great, but someone had to be at the end.
Yeah, I've seen most of these. This is a very stacked competition, so I can't say I disagree too heavily with all the rankings.
What I really want to just really quickly focus on is Kaguya, just because, you know, this is not funniest character, just to be sure. Just to be clear to everyone. In Kaguya, she just has a great kind of revelation, or what would you call it? She kind of like discovers more about herself in this season, and I feel like that really shines through, and I really love that. And you know, we'll see it later, but Hayasaka is kind of like the audience's eye on her, and we watch her kind of bloom. But again, thank you guys so much for coming by. It was great having you on.
Thanks everybody, and play The World Ends With You.
Okay. I don't know if I should celebrate that or not. He likes Elena though, so I don't know. Anyway, moving on to best main character in a dramatic role. So our guest for best main character in a dramatic role is none other than Sean Chiplock. Hi Sean, how you doing?
Hey, how you doing? How is everyone?
It's only me here, really. I know you're talking to chat.
Well, I'm talking to chat too. Chat exists. They had a say. Chat. They voted, right?
And you know, I think chat kind of likes me, so I'll they did have a say and they did vote.
Good. Vote matters. I'm sure we learned that this year more than anything.
Woo! If you guys did not know, Sean is the voice actor for Subaru. So we got a full sweep. We got the two main characters of ReZero here. Isn't that great? But he also has done a slew of other things. He's voiced some in Breath of the Wild, which I just started that because of my power being out.
You know, it's funny you bring that up. You know how everyone makes the joke of like, Mom, I was in the school play. I was the tree in the background. And I'm like, Dad, I'm in a AAA game. I was the tree in the background.
Hey, that tree is super important, okay? And trees can be wise and, you know, I haven't seen a bad voice tree. I'm just saying.
I know. I was a tree twice. I was so good as the tree that when Tree came back, they said, we need this guy for a second go at the tree.
Without further ado, here are your nominees for Best Main Character in a Dramatic Role.
Best Main Character in a Dramatic Role. 하지만 히키가야 오래가이루 Season 3.
いつか助けるって約束したから。
黒猫さん。
Swindler. Akudama Drive.
戦闘車両の金庫に行きましょう。そうすれば目的達成したようなもんですよ。そうだね。ミルキー。
Lala Hagoromo. Star Temple Precure.
私は何があっても守るね。すげえ。水崎。
Sayaka Kanamori. 映像権。
私はその昔、一軒の酒屋が消えていく現場を見た。
Subaru Natsuki. ReZero Season 2.
できたよ。だから俺はもう大丈夫だ。カルタ。
Taichi Mashima. Chihaya Furu 3.
100枚全部真っ黒に見えんだよ。
Yui Shigami. Kaguya-sama Loves War Season 2.
何も書けなかった。こびるような謝罪。
Yuki Soma. Fruits Basket Season 2.
俺の方だ。ごめん。
And our winner for the main character in a dramatic role, Public, is Subaru Natsuki in ReZero Season 2, whereas the jury winner is Taichi Mashima in Chiyayafuru 3.
Well, here it goes. We had Kayli Mills on, and ReZero won there, and now you're over here. I'm sensing a pattern.
Did you notice the Subaru didn't win on the jury vote, but he was second place. So we didn't have him in last place like we did.
I didn't notice that actually. I was actually thinking it'd be lower, but not through any. Subaru is a great character.
He's gonna have to return by death and try harder.
Speaking of Subaru, this season is really like where he shows a lot of growth and character development, and there's some really, really heavy scenes in there. What was it like playing Subaru in this season of all seasons?
So this season is particularly interesting because he's not as intense as he was last season in terms of the hills and valleys that he hits, whether it's screaming or suffering or crying, but a lot of the emotions that he goes through are more intense in a spiritual sense. Especially, I think it's episode 29 is when he has to have the heart-to-heart, the goodbye speeches with his father and his mother, which were incredibly difficult for me to, they weren't difficult for me to embody because to say goodbye to my mom, I just had to re-access those emotions when I had to say goodbye to my mom when she actually died. But it was so intense to have to reach that spot, to have to embody those emotions. And what's particularly interesting about Subaru is, some of the most recent episodes where he's finally getting, the friendship points with Garfield and everybody else, is at one point I got upset with him where he's like, you can't just do everything on your own, you rely on the power of teamwork. And I'm sitting here going, Subaru, what the hell are you talking about? You've been doing literally everything on your own and that's when it hit me that at some point during season 2, his character arc completely changed. Like the Subaru that we knew as the person who, was headstrong and thought he had to take on all the responsibility, just slowly, gradually shifted into the Subaru that's going to actually create a big damn heroes moment and get like a whole team together. And I just think it's really cool to see his motivation shift like that over the course of the 2 seasons. I'll be honest, I'm just happy that there's 2 seasons of the anime to begin with.
I know, right? And not only 2 seasons, the second season is split core. Like you can watch more right now if you want.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
Yeah.
But it's so cool.
Ahead.
Just the fact that because you brought it up so effortlessly, you almost kind of have like a dialogue with the character yourself. You're almost talking to him while you're playing him, and you're kind of eagerly seeing where it's going to take you.
It is concerning how much of Subaru I have parts of my own life that I can attach to, but I also appreciate that because this is it was my first major role. It was one that kind of upturned the genre, where it's like we're not going to just give this character insane amounts of power. As a Mega Man fan, the fact that he's collecting the abilities of the archbishops that he defeats, I am very on board for that. So it's just exciting. It's just really exciting to see this series develop and see this character growth and see him have to defeat the newest villain of the arc with wits and strategy rather than just overwhelming power or the surprise upgrade of the season, if you know what I mean.
And I think that's the beauty of Subaru as a character, really.
Yeah.
Let's bring in the juror to speak really quickly, and the juror is going to be Theleux. Hi, Theleux. How are you doing?
Doing pretty good, thanks.
Yes. So can you briefly speak on Taichi? Because I've watched Chihaya season 1. And it was amazing. And Taichi grows so much just in season 1 alone. He kind of starts off as this kind of like bratish, immature person, and kind of gradually takes on that leadership role. How does he expand on that in season 3?
So, I just gotta say ahead of time, Taichi was kind of locked in as the number 1. Everyone loves Chihaya, and I think it's fantastic as well. Personally, I was hoping for Subaru to be in first. But I'm a pretty big shill of ReZero. But Taichi, one of the biggest discussions we actually had was someone in our chat mentioned that if we considered him an incel. And to me, an incel is a pretty, serious thing to talk about. But with how the arc went about with his character towards the end, a lot of the drama and progression is through his connection to Karuta and his feelings towards Chihaya. Obviously, in the end, we didn't totally agree on him being incel, but it kind of brought forth this interesting discussion about his views of the sport and why he's, trying to be successful in this. During the season, he has issues with another one of his friends, Arata, which to some has more of a romantic connection to than Chihaya, honestly. But yeah, just like through the whole season, there's a lot of really hard parts to watch with him struggling. He's losing connection with Chihaya, letting her messages go unread and things like that. And then it all comes to this big climactic conclusion at the end of the season, and not anything that you expect to happen. So I think he's a really fantastic character. I can totally see why so much of the jury loved him. And yeah.
All right, Sean, did you have any questions for Theleux just about how, what they really talked about, what they were looking for in a character, how the category went?
I would love to know a little bit more about Chia Yafuru. Can you tell me about the basic plot summary of it as well? Just at least the gist of it?
Okay, so the main 3 characters, Chihaya, Arata, and Taichi, they were all, living different lives, and Taichi had feelings for Chihaya, but he was kind of a bully when he was younger and stuff, so he'd play tricks on Arata. And Arata, I believe, had some issues with his family, so he ended up having to move away. And basically the whole show is about Karuta, which is this card game where you swipe cards while they're being read by like an announcer.
It's kind of
and
like
there's like
speed,
poems on the cards.
Like double speed mixed with memory.
So like ranked competitive Tinder.
Yes. Yeah, honestly, that's probably the best example for it. But yeah, Chihaya's like she's the protagonist of it, and her goal is to be, the best Karuta player. But it's also a shoujo series, or josei, I guess. So there's a lot of those like classic, shoujo sort of moments and stuff. But beautiful music is on point. The relationships, even the supporting cast is fantastic. Like, I'd say the supporting was probably one of the best parts of the season.
I may have to check it out, because as soon as you brought up like the family ties and the relationships, that made me think of I QA tested a DVD release of Anohana, and that series messed me up royally. So if there's some of those tense relationship vibes going on there, I may have to check this out the next chance I get.
Well, it's sort of like, say with ReZero, you've got this whole flashback with his family, right? So at the beginning of Chihaya, you have all these issues, like Chihaya's mother doesn't really care about things and cares more about her sister, who's going to be an actor, because Chihaya's interested in this old, boring card game, right? But over time, it progresses more and more, and you're like, oh wow, they care about the family. It's not a usual anime where the parents don't exist. Like,
in which
everyone's
episode did they
involved in
start playing on motorcycles?
That'll have to be season 4, probably.
Okay. All right. Well, make sure you guys support the official release. Get them that funding so that we can get epic relationship motorcycle battles in season 4.
There you go.
Absolutely.
So thank you so much for the conversation. We're running out of time, but again, if you guys want to read write-ups about why these, how these characters are, what they're all about, they'll be on the Awards website when everything is all over. To leave you off, I was talking to Sean just to do our mic checks and stuff, and I was like, hey, I'm probably gonna do like a, chip off the old lock. Where'd you get that hair? Is blah blah blah, kind of. And I was telling Sean, hey, I'm probably gonna, and he said you gotta come up with something more original. I've heard that one before, so here's what I came up with.
Okay.
Hey, don't yawn, cause Sean Chiplock is pulling into the dock. I bet you've never heard that one.
Wilson. Bless you.
I want to see chat. I want to see chat make up some
They're
stuff
probably
about
gonna
me,
explode with pogs.
Come on, chat. I'm gonna be reading this after this goes live on stream. My name is Sean Chiplock. I want you to just roast me. This is your invitation. Look up a picture of me and submit your best insult, and I'll pick the best one that makes me laugh the hardest, and I'll get you like a free copy of the ReZero game or something like that.
There you go.
Oh, that's nice.
And Sean,
I just want to add on quick before you continue. If anyone does have any questions in chat about Main Dramatic, I'm also in an Anime of the Year and voice acting. I'll be in the thread after the stream, so you can ask me there.
Yep. And Sean, anything you want to promote or you want to Just a really quick shout out.
I do streams every day. If you guys are interested, if you actually want to see more ReZero, especially the Prophecy of the Throne game, I'll probably be streaming that either today or tomorrow. My Twitch channel is the same as my Twitter, which is @SonicMega, SonicMega. Other than that, you know, I'm happy to be a part of this industry. I'm happy that you guys support it, however you choose to do so. And thank you for having me on. It's just, it's really good. It's really fun for me to have grown up watching shows like this and be able to be a part of the process, both for this generation and those who see it in the years to come.
No, for sure. It's got to be insane. All right. Thank you guys so much.
All right.
Thanks.
Take care.
Oh no, I cut Sean off. I don't know. That's probably bad. Anyway, we're going up to best character in a supporting role. Our guest is hiding in public. Oh, what does that mean? Where is he? I can't see him. Oh wait, he's over here. He's hiding in public.
Yes. yes. This is the button. I know which button to hit.
All right, here are your nominees for best character in a supporting role.
Best supporting character. Ai Hayasaka, Kaguya-sama Love is War Season 2.
Hey, hey! 真のみんやさん会長が
Beatrice, ReZero Season 2.
どうしてよりによってお前がその本を
Haruno Yukinoshita, Oregaeru Season 3.
そうやってたくさん諦めて大人になっていくもんよ
Hatsuharu Soma, Fruits Basket Season 2.
凛のことはみんな分かってたつもりでいて一番大切
Kei Tsukishima, Haikyuu to the Top.
今に始まったことじゃない。ろくにボール触れなくて悔しい。自業自得だよね。
Misaki Shokuho, とある科学の Railgun T.
あり一匹逃がしちゃダメだぞ必ず木原玄生をか
Shinobu Wakamiya, Chihayafuru 3.
思ったよりずっと好きなんやおばあちゃんがせやけど
Shizuka Hiratsuka, Oregaeru Season 3.
サブロー里崎福原
The public winner for Best Supporting Character is Ai Hayasaka, and the jury winner is Misaki Shokuho.
I say this a lot, but I don't think this is particularly surprising, especially on the side of the public. I was talking just a little earlier when Kaguya was mentioned about how Hayasaka, it's almost kind of like the audience insert. She really is able to watch Kaguya and the others, and you know she kind of has that like knowing, like she knows what's going on, and we know what's going on, and it's really interesting contrast to Kaguya and Jirigane just trying to figure it out themselves. Real quick, I wanted to ask you, supporting characters, supporting in general is such a broad term, and I that's pretty common throughout all of these terms. You can have a supporting character who's like almost to the status of a main. I mean, some people argue that like Chica is like a supporting character. And at the same time, you have supporting characters that play like minor roles but are important nonetheless. Do you think one is inherently better than the other? Like what kind of makes a good supporting character?
For my personal taste, supporting characters for me are somebody who elevates the plot and the character growth of whatever the protagonists are doing. Like a supporting character is somebody who you care about, but not as crucially as the main cast, but help you care about the main cast more crucially. I don't know. That's how I feel. My personal vote is for Tsukishima. I love my boy, my piece of garbage, mean boy.
Why? Defend yourself a little bit. Why do you say that?
Oh my gosh, I just realized Jury has Tsukishima in last. Yeah, I do need to defend myself, I guess. Well, I don't know. Suki is an example of that in the sense that, like, he is very much a foil to Hinata. He's somebody who does not care about the sport at all. And he almost gets irritated by Hinata's passion. But then over the course of the 4 seasons, he sort of grows both through Hinata and helps Hinata, and also serves on the side, like you were saying, where it's like with Hayasaka, how the person can watch the show and sort of identify with him. He's sort of the person who narrates a lot of Hinata's big moments in season 4. Also, Hayasaka is super cool.
Hey.
Me again.
Hi, it's Splitter again. Splitter is our juror for this one. Splitter, how'd it go with the jury?
Jury process was, it went pretty well. Pretty much, there, Misaki Shokoho was kind of a lock for the jury number 1 for pretty much from the beginning. There were some people who weren't as strong on her, but the people who were for her were really, really for her, and that's what kind of pushed her to the top. The rest of them were kind of up in the air, as they often are through this process.
What's the appeal of Misaki?
The appeal of Misaki is that she is introduced in the previous 2 seasons of Railgun, and she's made out to be a villain. She's made up to be the popular girl in school who's just she's meant to be that sort of bit part that's just supposed to stand in the way of our main characters and just prevent them and just get in their way. Whereas then in Railgun T, that's suddenly reversed, and we suddenly learn more about her backstory and her values and why she is the way she is, and that's it's a lot. There a big theme throughout the discussions here, especially early on, is where's the dividing line between main characters and supporting characters, and Misaki kind of really goes close to that line of almost being a main character, but we ended up deciding she was a supporting character, and of the supporting characters, she's one of the most well developed and well utilized, especially in this particular season.
Okay, that's great, and I think that again that really shows supporting characters there. It's in the name; they support, and they kind of through combination elevate the main character, and it becomes a more than the sum of its parts kind of thing. I think. Hiding, did you have any questions for Splitter?
How'd you choose your name?
My name? So I wanted to be The Splitter, but that wasn't an option because it was already taken on Reddit. So I put it into an anagram generator and got Tripletts, and that's how I got my last name.
Oh, that is
This
really
is totally not the kind of question that Kami wanted me to ask.
No, I mean like
No, it's not.
These asides are like Splitter kind of sounds like a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles villain, like Shredder, but Splitter is like his evil twin brother.
Yeah, exactly.
Although if Shredder had an evil twin brother, then they wouldn't be evil, right? Like it'd be evil, which is double negative, unless in Russian I don't think there are double negatives. Anyway,
Yeah,
thank
there
you
are-
so much for talking about supporting characters.
Yes. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, really loved having you guys on. See ya. Bye.
Bye.
You can catch Hiding on YouTube. He has a channel called Hiding in Public. Amazing videos, not only about anime, but also about video games and other things he's passionate about. So check him out and stay on Ninamori. All right, bye-bye.
Yeah.
All right. Next, we are going to Antagonist. Our guest for Antagonist is Jackisboy. Hi, Jackisboy. How are you doing?
I'm doing good, dude.
It's great to have you here. What do you think about antagonists? You like antagonists?
I do.
That's good. I don't know what I'm doing. Here are your best antagonists for 2020.
Best Antagonist: Akito Soma, Fruits Basket, Season 2.
勝てなかったら本当にお前はただ
Bondred, Made in Abyss.
が消えていたのです。おめでとう、ナナチ。ようやく回
Ekedonna, ReZero, Season 2.
ことかいそれともそれらすべての魔女を滅ぼし自らの糧として
Hizashi Suo, Chihayafuru, Season 3.
希代の漢字天才
Hyakunosuke Ogata, Golden Kamui, Season 3.
同じはずだ。
Rachel, Kami no To.
だからあなたも捨てていいんだよ
All right. Your public winner for Best Antagonist is Echidna. and the jury chose. Am I mispronouncing? Hayakuno Suki Oga. I hope I pronounced that correct. I'm fluent in Japanese, so hopefully I do that correct.
Well, so the thing is, I think the reason he's an antagonist is because his name is so dang hard to pronounce.
Yeah, I hate him already.
Hyakunosuke Ogata, I think. I don't know. Was that racist? If I just...
I don't think it's racist.
Okay.
You're just trying to, appeal to the culture,
Yeah, you know. I mean, this is anime. What do you think of antagonists in general? Like, what do you look for in a good antagonist?
I look for one I can relate to, one that has, a bit of depth, like Echidna. I don't know about this Golden Kamui guy, but I want to be able to get into their psyche a bit. And, maybe if they're a little attractive like Echidna, she's a bit of a cutie, so I can understand why the public chose her.
Also, like she has special tea. And who doesn't like special tea?
Oh, I love that specialty. Her specific kind.
Dude, her specialty is her specialty.
You're such a comedian, dude. Okay. Yeah.
I kind of worry that you find that you want to relate to an antagonist, but if you really think about it, that's really the big deal, huh? Because if you have an antagonist that you cannot relate to, then they don't really have clear motivations, and you can't really get into the mindset of where they're coming. I think an antagonist, you should be able to at least know where they're coming from. Like one of my one of my biggest pet peeves are antagonists that are just kind of like psychos, like what I freaking hate. It's not even anime related. The antagonist in Iron Man 2.
Oh yeah, the guy with the whip.
No, not the guy with the whip. The like posh businessman guy. They made like a really bad joke with hemorrhoids.
Oh yeah, I blocked that shit out of my brain.
I know, right? But anyway, let's go ahead and then bring in our juror, who is Lenlo. Who is this is his third time coming on for antagonist actually. Lenlo, repeat returner. How are you doing?
Hey, Wilson, thanks for having me.
Yeah, of course. So I think I did watch Golden Kamui, but I'm a little unfamiliar with Okata. Why is he here? Why did he win?
So there are two big reasons that the jury liked Ogata everyone else. The first one is that his presence throughout the entire show, you always see him in the background, watching, waiting, ready to strike. At the end of season 2, you have a pretty good idea that this is not a good guy. And so his constant presence there, playing along with the leads, adds a lot to the tension and atmosphere of Golden Kamui. As another, I'm sorry, I'm flubbing all over the place.
No, you're fine. I mean, in Golden Kamui, I think that balance of, again, I mentioned it before, the balance of tension and drama and comedy is really important. So being able to add to that is a really big boon.
A second big one for us, though, was his VA, Kenjiro Tsuda, and I just found that his gravelly rumble fit every scene perfectly. He could either be light and airy when sarcastic, or thick and deep whenever he was threatening people. Two C's.
Okay, really quickly, Jack, if you didn't know, Lenlo is kind of like infamous around here because in one year they tried to nominate a continent as an antagonist.
Would have gotten away with it too if the host hadn't stopped me.
So I just wanted to pose a quick question to y'all. If not anime or otherwise, or you can keep it to anime, what inanimate object would you say is one of the best antagonists?
Ooh, inanimate objects. I mean, I've already got the continent, but another good option is just a wall. It's literally an obstacle. It's always in your way. What are you going to do? Go over it, go under it, go through it? You got options.
Yeah, I don't know, like a kitchen sink. I was trying all morning to unclog mine, and that's honestly something that's antagonizing me. But
And Jack, do you have any questions for Lenlo?
Dude, I gotta ask, what the fuck's up with this guy's eyebrows? Like, what the hell's going on there? It's been staring at me for the past 5 minutes. I'm terrified. I'm terrified.
Well, he does them every morning to make himself look really threatening. So
I mean, knowing Golden Kamui, they might not even be his. He might have just found them on a body or something. But thank you guys so much for joining me. This was really fun.
Thanks for having me, Wilson.
Hell yeah, dude.
All right, see y'all. All right, coming up next, we got cast. Now, we got a fan favorite pairing for cast. I have to say, I really look forward to having them on every year. It's Fate Steel Taylor and Shocking.
Hey guys, I'm Shaw.
And I'm Tay.
And Wilson, you know, since we're from the Our Anime Podcast, we want to thank you and accept the award for Best Cast. You know, we have a great cast of people. We have such a fun podcast. So it's an honor to be recognized by everyone.
Wait, Shaw.
What?
Shaw, we're not getting the award for Best Cast. We're giving the award for Best Cast to an anime.
You mean we're not an anime cast?
No, Shaw.
Do we at least get to be VTubers?
Shaw, we're not VTubers. Dr. Wilson is, but we're not VTubers yet.
Well, okay, he earned it, so maybe next year.
Alright, well, Shaw aside, anyway, the nominees for Best Cast in an Anime are...
Best Cast: Akudama Drive,
結構です。
パワーゲームほどつまらないゲームはない。殺人
Chihaya Furu Season 3,
名人クイーン戦予選と修学旅行の日程かぶってる。なんで21日いつも
Doro Hedoro,
元気にしてるか。これって何？キールとマティーニでございます。無視すんなよ、いとこだろ。え、いと
Golden Kamui Season 3, Haikyuu to the Top,
ドンピシャリ。
Kaguya-sama Love is War Season 2,
よりいっぱいになってしまいました。
Konosuba Kurenai Densetsu,
俺のカイナに抱かれて。
ReZero Season 2,
ふむ。数棒学か。ざれ言でない。
And your winner, your public winner for Best Cast is Kaguya-sama Season 2.
And the jury chose Chihaya Furu Season 3.
You know what I like noticed and I found out really late? Chihaya Furu is not completely Japanese. The Furu is just full. The name
Chihaya Furu.
It's called Chihaya Full.
Yes. So the card is actually Chihaya Buru. So it's like instead of an F sound, it's a B sound. But that's why in like the first season OP, she's wearing a shirt that says Chihaya full instead of Chihaya Furu.
Easter egg. We got Easter eggs on the stream.
Also, apparently her last name isn't Furu. Like I just found that out recently. I was reading the manga and I was like, wait, you're telling me Chihaya's last name isn't Furu? So we all learn things here and there.
Yeah. Hey, what do you guys think of cast this year?
You know, there's a lot of great casts here. I don't think you can go wrong with any of them. So I'm glad that we got some really good results, but you couldn't really go wrong. I like both the public rankings and the jury rankings. You know, we got winners everywhere.
Yeah, I actually am pretty happy because I've pretty much seen everything that's been nominated here. I will say best is a relative term. It's definitely not hottest cast because I feel like the Mia twins would have bumped Haikyuu a little bit more if that was possible.
Just a bit.
Just a little bit. But honestly, all these casts were really awesome, and I feel like for a lot of these were sequels, and we got to go with where the base was and then expand on them, especially with Kaguya-sama Season 2, where I feel like Ishigami really came into his own with his quote-unquote R-Guy episode and arc.
Yeah.
And Chihaya Furu Season 3, not just the expansion and evolution of the previous characters like Chihaya, Taichi, and Arata, Shinobu, but also the introduction of the and the continuation of the first years that we got a little bit of. So like I feel like Hanano, Sumire got a lot of development in this season that I really appreciated, and I think it's one of the marks of a good show where like a minor character gets an extended run and not just like a small backstory before they're inevitably killed off.
When they get killed off in Chihaya Furu?
I mean, it's not Haikyuu. No
one dies.
If you think about it, cards can be pretty sharp and like paper cuts pretty hurt.
Yeah.
They call it Death by 1,000 Cuts for a reason.
They do.
I mean,
sometimes they hit the card so much they like get embedded in the wall.
Yeah, and then Chihaya's card, like her card, she sees it as red.
That's true.
Red, like
I mean,
red blood.
I do feel like I died a bit after Chihaya Furu season 3 because it kind of broke my heart. So I mean,
I thought you were made of stone.
No, apparently not. Apparently, I was not made of stone, and we know who else was not made of stone.
But so Sha, I know you love Kaguya-sama especially, and I got to talk a little about Chihaya Furu season 3. But what did you think about Kaguya-sama, especially with the cast this year?
Well, you really nailed it because I think the first season we got a good sense of the cast, but this one really did develop Ishigami a lot, and we even got we got an addition to the cast in Miko. I forget her if I'm saying her name right, but we got
she slams the desk.
Mino. Yeah, so we got an addition to the cast that was great.
Am I here?
Hi,
you are
Ananas.
here.
Hi,
we got an addition to our voice chat cast.
Yeah.
So here we go.
This is the juror for cast. It's Ananas. How you doing?
Oh, hello. Hello, everybody. I am Ananas, and I'm the juror for cast.
Oh, wait, say your name again, because I honestly I've never known.
Ananas. It is the French word for pineapple. There's
It's
a whole
actually
story.
the word for pineapple in like literally every language except for English.
Ah, I thought it was a banana reference.
It is not, as you can see by the pineapple. I actually don't like pineapples that much, but
That's ironic.
Okay. Well, hey, how'd jury go this year? This
jury
is
went
your
well.
first time being a juror, right?
This is my first time. Yes. I'd say jury went pretty well. We had a lot of shows that had really good casts. Obviously, one of the ones that just missed the cut for the jury nom was Isaacin. So
Isaacin was really good. Yeah.
Yeah, that had a good cast too.
Yeah, no, but I think one of the reasons why, one of the things that I think our cast jury liked a lot was kind of, we put a value on big, really expansive casts. You know, if a show has a really large cast, we're gonna bump that higher than a show with a small cast of the same quality, because obviously that's a more challenging thing to do. And I think one of the interesting things that you have here is that a lot of these casts are really good and for different reasons.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%.
I also want to say, it's also different, right? Because like Aizukin only got like one core with its characters, but I felt like it did well. But one show that I really want to shout out that we haven't mentioned was Dorohedoro, which did a phenomenal job with its cast for a completely new anime. Like it had manga, but it wasn't a sequel season.
Yeah.
And I really liked that it developed its characters so well. It gave you a lot of information and development for characters on both sides of the story. It was great. It was a lot of fun, and I feel like Akudama Drive is doing a good job there too, although a lot of it just feels like what I've heard about Persona. Not Persona, Danganronpa.
Dongo Bongo.
Dongo Bongo.
I haven't played either Persona or Danganronpa, so I can't comment on that. Obviously, I have seen Akudama, though, so...
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's time, but thank you guys so much for I've learned a lot of great information, and I hope you have a good day.
Yeah, and next year we're definitely getting that podcast anime award, right?
It's got cast in the name.
It's in the name.
It's in the name.
See you guys. All right. Honestly, I love having them on every year. It's so much fun, and it just never stops. I'm going to go to a quick intermission. We're done with the character awards, guys. It's going to be production, and then finally, main. We'll get to see what the best animes of the year were. But I'll be right back. Give me about 5 minutes. And we're back. So next up are the production awards. I am very excited for the production awards, just because production is such a key, integral part of what makes the anime that we watch really pop. So without further ado, production.
Best Animation TV. Akudama Drive, animation direction by Cindy Yamauchi, among others. Brand New Animal, Chief Animation Director Naoki Takeda. Eizo-ken ni wa to dasu na, Chief Animation Director Naoyuki Asano. Enen no Shoubo Tai ni no Shou, Chief Animation Director Kazuhiro Miwa. Fate Grand Order Babylonia, animation direction by Tamaoki Takase and Yuichi Oka, among others. Kaguya-sama Lovers War Season 2, animation direction by Hiroshi Yako, among others. Hakume no Tsubasa, animation direction by Huang Jie and Shinoda Takaomi, among others. The God of High School, animation direction by Park Sung-woo and Akita Manabu, among others.
Alright, the public winner for TV animation is The God of High School, and the jury winner is Pokemon Twilight Wings.
All right, so apparently I was muted before when I was doing the introduction, and I'm very sorry. Our guests for animation and the production categories. Give me 1 second. Okay, sorry. Okay, you can hear me. Hi. I was muted before. This is Jarrett Martin. He is actually the founder of Tonari Animation, which is a web-based animation studio. Now, a lot of people, when they think of a studio, they kind of think of like a discrete unit. It's kind of like, oh, Kyoto Animation is Kyoto Animation, and they got like all these animators. When in reality, I think it's a much more kind of globalized process with the opportunity for freelancers and the like. Would you mind briefly just explaining what you do and to everyone else?
Yeah, so I live in the US, but I do animation work remotely. This studio that I currently run is kind of a new project I put together. Basically, there is this system of all these freelancers from all over the globe that work on animated series and stuff for Japanese anime, and what we're trying to do is trying to consolidate our forces a little bit and kind of make it a little more streamlined for the industry, which I think so far has been really great. We've had the opportunity to work on a lot of really cool shows, like the ones that have come out, I guess, would be like Boruto, Black Clover, Akudama Drive,
Irregular Magic High School.
Briefly, Irregular Magic High School, yeah. There's a lot more. Like, production for anime starts... Like, we'll be working on next season's anime during the previous season, so we did a lot of work last year, and we're going to have a bunch of stuff coming out this year.
That's great. I'm really looking forward to it. What kind of goes into the process of, like, actually animating?
Well, generally... most of the work's given to us from the storyboard stage, so we'll be sent storyboards, character sheets. We'll have meetings with the directors. They'll kind of explain what they're wanting to happen in the scene. The storyboards are generally pretty vague, and they generally do give a lot of room for the animators to kind of put their own creativity into it. But there are cases where we get really strict boards, and it, almost to the point where you're just tracing the board.
I wasn't aware of that. So there's actually, like, you know, some of these super cuts that you see floating online on like Sakugaboo and stuff, where I guess those are where the restrictions are kind of looser, and the animator's really able to show their personality from their work.
Yeah. Sometimes I've seen some boards where the instructions will say do whatever you want, pretty much.
And that's got to be one of the best ones to get, huh? Like it's got to be pretty fun.
Well, if you really like that kind of doing that kind of work, most animators in the industry actually don't prefer that because they don't have they're not too confident in their creativity for how to handle scenes like that. A lot of the people are really more leaning toward
like give me what you want to do,
structured.
Give me what you want me to do, and I will do it perfectly.
Yeah,
that kind of thing.
Yeah,
that's great. So we're gonna bring in our juror, who is Orophin, who is helping discuss and rank the nominees here. I'm so sorry, Orophin, because you're a little it's a little stressful for you because you got an actual animator here. So how did you rank these and why? And then we'll have Jarrett judge you.
Hello. I'm not. Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Yeah, we can hear you.
You can hear me. That's great.
Yes.
So this year was really stacked when it comes to animation because you have so many shows that in different years you would look at them and put them immediately on top. So it was, on the one hand, it was a lot to choose from, to the point that some shows didn't make in, unfortunately, because we only have like 8 nominees. But on the other hand, when we looked at these shows, there were some favorites for other jurors, there were some favorites for another. But by the end of it, we kind of were close in our rankings for like the first 3 or 4. And it ended up being that Twilight Wings probably was the most consistently impressive for everyone. And that's why it's ended up being on top.
Okay, so it was less standout moments and more consistency for you?
I would say it was both, because you have a show with the great standout moments like Babylonia, like Azokan, but at the same time, you have something when you look at the Twilight Wings as this practically a blessed project that exists almost on a separate plane from everything else, and it's maybe slightly unfair to judge it on the same level as a short series compared to some like full-length 24 episode series. But when you look at this more in terms of actual impressive feat that they were able to realize through these small episodes, through just being like having so they will do so much with so little when it comes to the character arc and when it comes to the overall realization of the designs, when it comes to effects work, basically everything. You have everything in this show.
I think the public choice really makes sense, because I watched one episode of The God of High School and it's extremely ambitious. There's a lot of crowd fight scenes and stuff like that. But then I went and I watched a little bit of the Pokemon Twilight Wings, and for me as an animator, I didn't really see anything that was incredibly impressive for the animation. It seemed pretty simple, but I do see what you mean from the consistency standpoint. Like it doesn't the quality never drops, I guess. So I guess I could see that.
That's really interesting how there's kind of like a disconnect between what maybe a viewer might see and be like, oh wow, that looks really great, and then kind of like the underneath bare bones, like, oh well, the actual technical aspect of that is different.
Like the Pokemon Twilight Wings, like I could tell you that whole thing is very easy to draw and easy to animate.
Huh.
But God of High School will be like, I personally wouldn't be able to do that. That's too hard for me.
Well, thank you for your. That's really interesting to hear, actually. And I mean, and I think for God of High School that really does show. Although, on the host team we have an animator called Pandavenger, and Panda, did you hear that? If you go make your own Pokemon short right now, you have Jarrett's blessing. All right.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Thank you so much, Orophin. We're gonna move on. You were great stopping by. Enjoy the stream.
Okay, bye.
All right, and Jarrett, you're actually going to stay with me because we are going to go to... So this year, we decided to more recognize movies for their production because, it felt kind of weird not allowing them to be... Okay, on the one hand, allowing them to be ranked against TV seems a little unfair. On the other hand, we do really want to acknowledge the amazing work that these animators go into making movies look great. So... here are your nominees for Best Animation Movie.
Best Animation Movie. Kaiju no Kodomo. Chief Animation Director, Kenichi Konishi. Promare. Animation Direction by Sushio, among others. Tenki no Ko. Animation Director, Atsushi Tamura. Violet Evergarden Gaiden. Chief Animation Directors, Akiko Takase and Miku Kadowaki.
All right, and the public winner for TV my script. The public winner for movie animation is Violet Evergarden Gaiden, and the jury winner is Kaiju no Kodomo.
So what I saved for here is that you're not only are you known for Tonati animation, you also have your YouTube channel, Striving for Animation, where you kind of take a look at the process and really try to show people, what it's really like. I have a quick question. Since we are trying to showcase movies more often, is there anything that really goes differently into animating for a movie as compared to maybe a TV show?
I think the biggest thing is probably going to be the scheduling. I'm pretty sure that the scheduling is a lot more favorable for movies. That's why the quality is so much higher. In TV, it's really hectic. Like, you can even get down to people finishing up key animation 2 weeks before the episode airs, whereas in movies, there's a lot more, I guess, money on the line. There's a lot more people on the staff. Budget's bigger, so
that's great.
It really translates to a good schedule.
So, they were talking about budget, and there's kind of this misconception that if you throw enough money at something, it'll look amazing. But what I'm hearing from you is that the real budget is not money; it's time.
Time, yeah, 100%.
Oh, that's great. All right, that was movie. Well, we should talk about the movies really briefly.
Yeah. So, I think both of these picks make complete sense. Though Kaiju no Kodomo, Children of the Sea, is the English name of that. That movie, I can't even begin to comprehend how they made that. A lot of it looks like they didn't even really follow the traditional animation pipeline, because there's a lot of that traditional hand-drawn painting kind of look throughout it, and they're not really too concerned about the line cleanliness and all that standard animes kind of focused on.
Yeah, I totally saw that, and I think it really does kind of lend an air of emotion and movement, And at the very end of the day, I mean, animation is movement, and if you're able to draw something expressive with rough lines, I think that's it just goes to show there's no one clear way to animate.
Yeah, I haven't seen the Violet Evergarden Gaiden, but I do know Violet Evergarden's a beautiful series. Kyoto Animation, it's like a studio full of masters.
No, for sure, and I was able to watch it in theaters, and just seeing it up on the big screen is just so someone on Reddit, they posted a little infographic a really long time ago. It was one of the first things about anime I saw, and it was about how consistent Kyoto Animation is about sticking with a color palette for every one of their works. Yeah. So Kyoka and K-On! and all that, they have really consistent color work, and I just think with stuff like Violet Evergarden and their movies, it just feels like there's so much love poured into it.
Yeah, one thing I know about Kyoto Animation is they're extremely strict on who gets to work on their projects. They're one of the studios that doesn't outsource very often. I don't think I've ever even heard of them outsourcing. I think they usually stay in-house because they have such rigorous training programs and really invest into the specific animators that work for them.
I see, and and as we can see, the end result is great. All right, we're gonna move on to best character design. Here are your nominees.
Best character design TV. Akudama Drive. Character designer Hideko Yamauchi. Originals by Rui Komatsuzaki. Decadence. Character designer Shinichi Kurita. Originals by Pomodorosa. 映像権には手を出すな。Character designer Naoyuki Asano.
案外うまくいくもんですな。
Originals by Sumito Owara. Fate Grand Order Babylonia. Lead character designer Takashi Takeuchi.
ロンドン。アメリカ大陸。キャメロット。
Great Pretender. Character designer Yoshiyuki Sadamoto. Kaguya-sama Love is War Season 2. Character designer Yuko Yahiro. Originals by Aka Akasaka. Pokemon Hakume no Tsubasa. Character designer Shin Ogasawara. ReZero Season 2. Character designer Kyuta Sakai. Originals by Shinichiro Otsuka.
Alright, the public winner for TV character design is Akudama Drive, and the jury winner is Pokemon Twilight Wings.
So what's really great is, I love that we have you on. You actually worked on Akudama Drive. Can you talk about it really quick?
Very briefly. So it's actually a pretty funny story because at this, I run my studio on Discord, so we were all hanging out one day just to like take it easy, and we were like, hey, let's do an anime viewing, and we're like, let's check out what's trending, and then we watched the first episode of Akudama Drive, and then this was before the series actually finished, and then we had already done work previously with Studio Perio, and then I made a joke. I was like, hey, this series isn't done yet. Maybe we'll actually get to work on it. And then 2 weeks before the last episode came out, I got a message on Twitter, and they were like, hey, can you do second key animation on Akudama Drive for the final episode? I'm like, yes. And it was 2 weeks before the last episode came out. And generally the last episode is a really super tight time period for every TV show, because you have any delays that happened earlier in the season cascade down, so it makes everything super crunch time. I know there was a lot of cuts that were just getting done the week of release date, the last episode. Yeah, basically what I did was I get for second key animation, you're given the original layout, which is the rough key animation. Then you're given 3 layers of corrections from the directors to fix the character design, fix the motions, sometimes fixing effects and things like that. And then you have to merge all of it together and then draw the breakdown frames that weren't done by the directors, and basically clean it up so that it can be sent off to in-betweens.
That's so crazy. So you're basically the like almost you just take everything that's been done so far and you synergize it together into a complete whole.
Yeah. So every series has a Sakkan and Sosakkan, which are there's like 2 layers of animation directors. Sosakkan's like the lead chief animation director. They're sometimes the character designer, sometimes not. They're usually like one of the best artists on the team. Usually they're in-house. They'll be like the best person on the team that or on the production at drawing the characters, and they'll do like a really heavy correction on the cut that makes it look how it's gonna look in the end. And you have to take that drawing and use it as a reference to carry through the rest of the cut.
Oh man! All right. I mean, thank you. I know this. I've said it a lot. Love having you on just because like I feel like this is a part of the process that so many people just don't get to see. You know, it's kind of like hidden, and we see the final product, but there's so much work and so much apparently last minute work that really goes into all of this. So I'm gonna bring in the juror, which is Animestuck. Hi, Stuck. We saw you earlier. You're back.
Hi.
Yeah, I guess we're really stuck on you. Yeah, how did the category go?
I really it went quite well. Again, you see Twilight Wings is up there, and that's just talking about how just fantastic not only the Pokemon designs were, but in this particular entry, just how everything came together so perfectly. We also just really enjoyed the Eizouken designs and sort of the way that they express themselves through their body type and the way that they look on screen. So yeah, we had a lot of really great designs to work with. There was a lot of stuff that we wanted in that didn't quite make it, sadly, but that we quite enjoyed a lot.
All right, great to hear. Do you have any questions for each other? Just because now you both have like a reason to ask each other questions, really, pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, I think both of these like public and jury selections are good. From my view, for the Pokemon designs, they're all Pokemon designs pretty much forever have been very efficient, so it makes them really easy to draw and animate, which I think can help a lot with shifting the focus to act. And with Akudama Drive, like, it's the same character designer from Danganronpa, so it's got that really standout appearance to it, and their use of rim lighting and stuff is really cool.
And speaking of Akudama Drive, we actually were able to get an acknowledgement from Cindy Amauchi, and I will show that now. I'm very happy that Akudama Drive has been awarded the awards for Best Action and Best Character Design in the 2020 Reddit Anime Awards. This is thanks to the earnest support of all of you. There's still a director's cut yet to come, so please look forward to seeing the Akudamas again.
That's exciting.
Yeah, we're so excited to just make sure, at the end of the day, it's nice that we get these acknowledgments. But what's really important, I think, is that they just know how appreciated their result is, and how much we love the results and the final work that gets given, and when we acknowledge their hard work, the hard work of animators like Jarrett. All right, we're gonna move on to character design in movies.
Best character design movie. Lupin the Third, the First. Character designers Toru Patrick Awa and Keisuke Takahashi. Originals by Monkey Punch. Promare. Character designer Shigeto Koyama. Sora no Aosa o Shiru Hito yo. Character designer Masayoshi Tanaka. Violet Evergarden Gaiden. Character designer Akiko Takase.
はい、できた。どう？
Right. The public winner for movie character design is Violet Evergarden Gaiden, and the jury winner is Promare.
Oh, sorry, give me one sec. Is it Promare?
Oh, it's not Promare. Kaiju no... Well...
Animation results.
Oh, this is the animation results. Okay, give me 1 second. Hey, Jarrett, do you take character design into account when you do animation? Like, how does that really work together?
Yeah, I mean, we're always given these character sheets that were created by the character designers, and generally when we're animating, we have to reference them very, very closely when we're doing our keyframe layouts. But basically, on any production, the character designs are already done, and we're just trying to replicate the style of the designer as best as we possibly can. But at the end of the day, our own style as artists is going to come through, and then that's why they have the layers of director checks to make sure the whole thing looks consistent. Because we got like 20 to 30 artists working on the same show, and it's very hard to make it look consistent without having those couple people at the top of the production keeping things consistent to the designs.
That is really cool. So there's like a balance between allowing each individual animator to kind of express themselves, but also keeping it all consistent in a way that everything is reflective of what they want it to look like.
Yeah, the actual designs, yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, again, thank you, Stuck, so much for coming by. I might see you again. Who knows?
Yeah, thanks for having me.
No problem. All right, and we've got Storyboarding up. Here are your nominees for Best Storyboarding TV.
Best Storyboarding TV. Akudama Drive, directed by Tomohisa Taguchi. Ezoken ni wa te o dasuna, Directed by Masaki Yuasa. Enen no Shobotai, Season 2. Directed by Tatsuma Minamikawa. Kaguya-sama Love is War, Season 2. Directed by Mamoru Hatakeyama. Magia Record. Directed by Gekidan Inu Kuri. Mugen no Junin, Immortal. Directed by Hiroshi Hamasaki. Pokemon Hakume no Tsubasa. Directed by Shingo Yamashita. Re:Zero Season 2. Directed by Masaharu Watanabe.
All right, the public winner for TV storyboarding is Re:Zero Season 2, and the jury winner is The Blade of the Immortal.
All right, so this year, we actually decided to change some terms. So last year, we had Best Art Design and Best Cinematography. And we actually had changed those into Compositing and Storyboarding because we kind of wanted to be more accurate, kind of something more concrete to focus on. Now, the thing is, a lot of people don't really know what storyboarding is. So do you mind explaining really quick?
Yeah, so something that I kind of wanted to talk about a little bit too about this topic is that storyboarding is not exactly a great translation for what they actually are doing in the anime industry. If you use storyboarding as the word, that's kind of related to the Western system where the animators are putting together storyboards to pitch to the director or to the team that's working on the project how the scene's going to play out. Those you ever see those behind the scenes of like Disney productions or whatever, and they got those storyboards plastered all over the room and they're all talking about it.
Oh yeah,
that doesn't happen in anime.
Oh.
In anime they do something called ekonte, which is meaning drawing, and then konte meaning continuity, and it's just usually one person, usually the director, is in charge of it, and it's basically their brains just kind of imagining the entirety of the production. They're drawing each shot. Sometimes they're even coming up with the script at the same time. They're also coming up with the sound effects. They're coming up with the compositing effects, the camera motions. All of that's determined on this piece of paper that usually the director's drawing. Sometimes they'll have other storyboard artists come in. Yeah, even the timing, like they'll have a stopwatch with them, and they'll imagine it in their head, or they'll act out the actions, time it out, decide that this is 2.5 seconds long, and then that's like a cut. Then that cut is what gets sent off to an animator.
That's great. So yeah, like I was always under the impression that storyboards were basically like an outline, and even like I've watched shows about animation like Shirobako, and I still was under that impression. But apparently, they're so much more important, and like basically the backbone of everything, right?
Yeah, and certain directors will have different levels of control. So you can have a really strict director like Hayao Miyazaki, or like someone like Satoshi Kon, where they pretty much are drawing the final result on the board, painting it in colors or whatever. But then there's also, which is generally the case in TV anime, a lot of these producers, a lot of the directors aren't necessarily coming out of animation backgrounds. Some of them are maybe coming out of production backgrounds. They're not going to be as good at drawing, so they leave a lot of it up to the animators. And all of these like Sakuga shows, generally the director is leaving a lot of wiggle room in the storyboards, so that the animators can kind of show off.
Yeah, that's super cool. So it's kind of like they know like roughly what they want, and they just kind of like let them go wild.
Yeah.
All right, we got our juror here, which is Tetraika or Chaika. How are you doing?
Hey. Okay.
Hey. Can you tell me how what went to the jury process?
Okay, let me just get this thing working fine.
Yeah.
Hello?
Hi.
Okay.
Hi.
Yeah, I had to push to talk here I don't know how to describe our process. It's not easy. I think one of the hardest thing to even describe is exactly what storyboarding is in our category, because we change it from cinematography. So, you know, like Jarrett has described, that there's some sort of misunderstanding kind of everywhere in different ways. So even between, say, a public understanding of storyboarding and our own description is sort of different.
Yeah, if real quick, I'll go ahead and pitch this. If you guys really want to learn about the process of storyboarding in Japan, I have a video series, 3 different videos that talk about it on Striving for Animation.
There you go. Striving for Animation on YouTube.
But I do think that your jury selection was a good choice. I watched one episode of this and like I can't even imagine what the storyboards look like on that, because they have like all those like kind of subliminal quick cuts and like flashing things all over the screen, and there's all these effects. Like all of that had to have been planned for in the storyboards, which is a little mind-blowing.
That's generally what we're looking for. We're seeing like what we think, say, is the directing behind all of it, and like how they think about shot composition, transitions between a scene and another, and basically all of that.
I mean, and I think what we've learned here is that storyboarding is so much more than like the physical, like visual, like what actually happens on screen. It's like the intention behind it is what's really important. Is that right?
Yeah, that's basically it. I mean, we can try to delve in a little bit more behind maybe some terminology, but I'm not going to go too deep into all that.
Yeah, you're fine. And then again, at the end of the stream, we're going to be releasing the website. Every single ranking will have a write-up detailing where it is and why it's there. So we're going to move on to the movie section. Here are your nominees for storyboarding movie.
Best storyboarding movie. Kaiju no Kodomo, directed by Ayumu Watanabe. Promare, directed by Hiroyuki Imaishi. Tenki no Ko, directed by Makoto Shinkai. Violet Evergarden Gaiden, directed by Haruka Fujita.
Yeah, no, I just wasn't reading this picture.
Oh, the public winner for movie storyboarding is Tenki no Ko, and the jury winner is Kaiju no Kodomo.
All right. Again, don't think that there's any big surprises here, especially for Tenki no Ko. Just an amazing looking movie, and you know Makoto Shinkai is almost just like you know what you're gonna get. Did you have anything to say about that, Jarrett?
Yeah.
Okay, you want me to start?
Chucky, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, we don't have a lot of movies to talk about, and it was pretty decisive from just the way it was going to end up being when it came down to storyboarding to what was going on.
Really? How so? Like, it was just like Children of the Sea was just a big standout from the very beginning?
I think so. Just in overall production, even in other categories like you saw in animation, I think many jurors were just impressed by the amount of work put into this movie.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
I need to research I need to look up the storyboards for Kaiju no Kodomo, because I'm sure that there had to have been some painting involved in those boards for it to have the result that it did.
Definitely. And if there wasn't, then like, how did they achieve that?
Yeah, how did they communicate that to the animators?
Did you have any particular insight into how like a particular storyboarder might storyboard?
Yeah, well, I'm a huge Makoto Shinkai fan, and I have actually looked into his storyboarding process. He actually does it all digitally, and what's really funny about him is he'll even voice act all the characters over his storyboards, and he uses a software called OpenTune Storyboarding or something like that, and it automatically cuts into an animatic. He'll record the voices for the entire thing just to make it like really clear. He's like an example of one of those strict directors who knows what it's gonna look like at the end. He's very hands-on. I don't think he plans for his lighting situations so much though, because I know at the very end he always does the lighting himself on After Effects.
Okay, I see. I mean, I think that's exactly why Shinkai movies are just so distinct. And you know, I think even without knowing, you could probably tell a Shinkai work. But I mean, thank you so much for coming by. Again, really loved having you here. Are there any current or upcoming projects you'd like to promote?
Well, my studio's first full production, quote unquote, I guess, is coming out on the 28th. We're partnering with Otaku Versus on the Oda-chan show. So that'll be on YouTube the end of the month, which would be really cool. I can't say any anime stuff that's coming up, but if you follow me on Twitter, I'll be posting stuff as credits come out. We've got a lot of stuff coming out in this season.
That's great. And once again, if you're looking for, you know, kind of details into what happens in production and what maybe some of these terms mean, Striving for Animation is a great resource and amazing channel. Check it out. All right. Thank you so much for stopping by, both of you.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Just a quick shout out to the write-ups that we're gonna do. We also have honorary mentions. So for things that just we couldn't put in, you guys should check that out.
You really should. We'll again, at the end of the stream, I'll do a show off and we'll link the site. All right, see you guys.
See you.
All right. Moving on, we're gonna go to background art. Now, background art, I apologize. Last year, I kind of shafted it. We're gonna, I did like a pretty slideshow, and it was like, oh, pretty. But now we have a full-on segment, and you're gonna love it, I promise, because the guest is no other than the Canipa Effect.
Hi, I'm Callum May from the YouTube channel The Canipa Effect, spotlighting the talents of anime creators. And now I'm here to continue that work, spotlighting the best of anime backgrounds in 2020. This category is here to celebrate the background teams that were successful in getting us immersed in their world. Whether it's a post-apocalyptic future or luscious green fields, a great background is one that makes these worlds feel like they're worth saving or just spending time in.
Best Background Art, TV. Akudama Drive, Art Director Yoshio Tanioka, Background Art Studio Biho, among others. Dorohedoro, Art Director Shinji Kimura, Background Art Studio Mappa, among others. Ezuken ni wa te o dasu na, Art Director Masanobu Nomura, Background Art Studio Biho. Great Pretender, Art Director Yusuke Takeda, Background Art Studio Bamboo. Kakushigoto, Art Director Kohei Honda, Background Art Studio Kusanagi. Magia Record, Art Director Takeshi Naito, Background Art Studios Ryubido and Tulip. Oshi ga Budokan ite kureta rashinu, Art Director Kenta Musada, Background Art Studio Naya. Somari Tomori no Kamisama, Art Direction and Background Art Supervision by Vincent Nguyen.
Your public winner for Best Backgrounds in a TV Anime is Great Pretender, while the jury selected If My Favourite Pop Idol Made It Into the Budokan, I Would Die. Bit of a mouthful. Both of these shows take locations from the real world and reinterpret them in different styles. For Great Pretender, the director was inspired by the work of British artist Brian Cook, and he worked with famed background director Yusuke Takeda and his team at Bamboo to achieve this flat, colourful reinterpretation of locations around the world. The beginning of each arc in Great Pretender is fun, not just because we're heading into a new heist, but also because we get to see some incredible sights. On the other hand, Budokan is a show that's easy to overlook, but the jury made sure we were paying attention to the dreamlike backgrounds from background director Kenta Masuda and the team at Studio Naya. One of the best parts of the manga are its watercolor pages, but the anime staff worked to take this appeal and spread it across the entire show. While the interior scenes aren't anything to write home about, it's a delight to watch these characters walk around outside.
Our juror for background art is none other than DoctorWhoops.
Hi there.
Hi, fellow doctor. How you doing? How do you do?
Hello, welcome to the Doctor Cast.
Hello, doctor.
Doctor Podcast.
How did background art go?
It was incredibly competitive. Oshibudo obviously made it to the top spot, but it couldn't have been much closer between basically the entire.
Really? Okay. And I think people are a little confused about how, they might be like, it's an idol show. It's not even a real idol show. It's just a show about a person who likes an idol. But Canipa was able to go into a little bit of it. But you were just really blown away by it?
Yeah. So I think a sort of an aspect that's shared between all these top 4 picks is that they really straddle the line between both being realistic while also being very stylistic. Whereas sometimes you get stuff that's like very detailed and pushes more towards realism, but maybe loses a bit of aesthetic, or some things that have a lot of aesthetic, but in exchange for that lose some detail. But I think Oshibudo, what really impressed us there was just how it uses this watercolor style to create so much detail into the world of Okayama, and still maintains a really unique aesthetic, especially during some more highlighted sequences. So there's some of these evening sequences where maybe some of the more emotional moments in the series take place, and there's these gorgeous lighting and color design that just makes everything shine all of a sudden. And I think it's also this contrast between these highlights and the more muted scenes, which also look really good, that sort of made it stand out to us.
That's great. It's almost like having like HDR, but like in anime. All right, we're gonna go on to the background art movies.
Best Background Art Movie Kaiju no Kodomo. Art Director Shinji Kimura. Background Art Studio 4C. Sora no Aosa wo Shiru Hitoyo. Art Director Takashi Nakamura. Background Art Studio Art Team Convoy. Tenki no Ko. Art Director Hiroshi Takaguchi. Background Art Studio Comics Wave Films. Violet Evergarden Gaiden. Art Director Mikiko Watanabe. Background Art Studio Kyoto Animation.
And that's not it for winners. Your public winner for Best Backgrounds in an Anime Film is Weathering With You, while the jury selected Children of the Sea. These are the creations of 2 of the best feature film background teams in the industry. Your Name never got the spotlight it deserved in the 2017 R-Anime Awards, but Weathering With You is here to clean up where it counts. Although Makoto Shinkai doesn't make his films single-handedly anymore, he's assembled a team of the best background artists you can ask for, and set them to work on creating his vision of a Tokyo trapped in a rainstorm. It's hard to nail down exactly what the style of Children of the Sea is, because there's so many, with the hyper-realism of the shore clashing with the majesty of the sea. Background director Shinji Kimura missed out on an award for his work on Dorohedoro, but it is easy to appreciate his accomplishments here with the background artist at Studio 4C.
Hey Whoops, I'm seeing Children of the Sea get a lot of love. I think it's pretty well deserved, huh?
Yeah, I think the production is just insane on that movie on every aspect, and I think that's also what the previous categories were touching on. And especially, in the terms of background art, you have these ridiculous lengthy 3D sequences where characters run through town for like 40 seconds straight, and we see them turning corners and the backgrounds turn with them. And it's, again, just a testament to how high the production value and effort on this movie is.
At the same time, you were praising the other winners just because of how, the combination of realism as well as being stylized and the contrast. I think that really goes to show, or really applies to Weathering With You. Just because you have this, it's all about this kind of natural disaster, and it's natural in the sense that we know what rain is, But just showing like this amount, and especially during the beginning of the movie, I really, really love the cityscapes where Hodaka is just like, in an alleyway and there's just rain pouring down, and you almost feel the oppressiveness just from the way it's drawn.
Yeah, and especially in a movie that's in such a dreary setting, to make that stand out in something that's largely grey is pretty impressive. And I think that's also something that Weathering With You really highlighted. But I think the real highlight for that for the jury was the incredibly elaborate indoor shots, where you have these cluttered spaces with shelves lined full with all kinds of bips and bobs and stuff like that, which really stood out to us even more than the already good.
I mean, that's a great point. Like it makes the world feel lived in. I think at the end of the day.
And I think it's also easily overlooked when talking about background art and scenery. We often go to the large cityscapes or the colorful forest or whatnot, but the indoors can also have so much life to it if the background art is done really well.
All right, well, thank you, Canipa, who couldn't be here, and thank you for your thoughts. Whoops. Hey, Whoops, I had one last thing to ask you. If Canipa had a channel not about animation, but about forestry, what would it be called?
Boy, really throwing that in my lap. I don't know.
The Conifer Effect.
Oh my god.
Bye, Whoops. Moving on to compositing, where we return to Canipa. Or Conifer? No, it's Canipa.
Compositing is often misunderstood in anime. For a first, it's often literally translated as photography, which kind of infers that a real camera is involved. And in the past, it was, with anime production staff taking the cells and hand-painted backgrounds and placing them on top of each other to create a final image. You'd then take a picture of that and bam! Compositing. But today, we do this process digitally. This has expanded the job of compositing to involve VFX and lighting as well. And so this award not only recognizes the process of bringing all these individual elements together, but also how the team used this process to make each scene fit the narrative visually.
Best Compositing, TV. Akudama Drive. Director of Photography, Kazuhiro Yamada. Color design by Saori Toyoda. 映像犬には手を出すな Director of Photography Yoshihiro Sekiya. Color design by Aiku Nakamura. 天然の消防隊2の章 Director of Photography Yosuke Motoki. Color design by Naoko Sato. Great Pretender. Director of Photography Kazuto Izumita. Color design by Yuko Kobaru. Kibaku Shounen Hanakoku. Director of Photography Junko Sakai. Color design by Saki Tada. Pokemon Hakume no Tsubasa. Director of Photography Katsuhito Ogawa. Color design by Izumi Hirose. Princess Connect Redive. Director of Photography Hisashi Yonezawa. Color design by Akemi Tejiba. D0 Season 2. Director of Photography Kentaro Minegishi. Color design by Izumi Sakamoto.
Your public winner for Best Compositing in a TV anime is ReZero Starting Life in Another World Season 2, while the jury selected Pokemon Twilight Wings. It isn't what I'd pick, but ReZero's compositing has always been about atmosphere, backlighting, dark spaces and mystery, a perfect combination. This season has been one singular arc drawn out over 2 cours, and so the compositing has been a big factor in keeping up this tension. I still think this category should have gone to Akudama Drive, but while other parts of the production have floundered, ReZero's compositing from director Kentaro Minegishi and his team at T2 Studio remains on top. The jury's choice, Pokemon Twilight Wings, was an unexpected treat of 2020, with animator turned director Shingo Yamashita giving a new perspective on Pokemon Sword and Shield. Compositing director Katsuto Ogawa's lighting work is phenomenal, with him employing realistic techniques for an animated work. The world of Gala is beautiful, and it took a series of short anime episodes to finally prove that. Films have a bit of an advantage though. Less footage to work with and a smoother schedule lets the compositing team achieve the best version of their creative vision.
Returning again to help us out is Orophin. Hi, Orophin.
Hello again.
Hi. Hey, so Canipa talked about it briefly, and we actually did talk about it in the beginning educational video that we showed. But you know, how do you really approach evaluating what the compositing of a show is like?
And this category was really interesting because it was kind of rebranding from the art style last year. I wasn't in art style last year, but this year I was looking at this and we were basically trying to think about it slightly differently, figure out stuff as it goes. We were looking at how well everything fits together, how well the photography, the effects, the layers, the background integration, the CG integration, and the color work, which is color design, which actually also the part of this category. Because color design happened before the compositing process. Like first goes coloring and then actual compositing. And we were looking on both of those, and because of it, it was kind of hard to prioritize what was more important. Like just an aesthetic choices, the color design, or like the consistency of compositing process, or the effects work, the photography and post-processing. So for me personally, it was probably one of the hardest categories this year, because not only you have to like figure out all of these different stuff, it's kind of hard because it's a lot. And also because there were all of these nominees where opinions sometimes changed on some of them when you're starting to examine them closely, and at times some anime that didn't actually make a cut. At first we were looking at them and kind of prizing them, but at the end when we're actually looking at them closely, it ended up being not in our category. But by the end of it, it turned out that Twilight Wing was the show that we have the less issues with, and that's why it ended up winning.
I mean, that's great. Thank you for now. I don't know if I want to ask this. Do you know what do you think the public saw in ReZero?
ReZero,
like Great Pretender is right behind it, and Great Pretender, I feel is very.
I mean, it all comes down to popularity. I think just the popular show gonna win regardless if it's good or not. If it's
it does like, do like some things, right? It's not, you know.
I mean, I won't say it doesn't do anything because it's like impossible. And Canipa kind of mentioned it in his recording that ReZero is going for the atmosphere in a lot of scenes, and it's trying to create this specific atmosphere with darkness and with specific filters it used in some places. But when we look at it, how it's using these effects, how it's using its assets and everything it has, it just cannot compare to everything else that we have in our category, and that's why it ended up the last.
I see. All right, we're moving on to movie.
Best Compositing Movie. Kaiju no Kodomo. CGI director Kenichiro Akimoto. Color design by Miyuki Ito. Promare. Director of photography Shinsuke Ikeda. Color design by Yukiko Kakita. Tenki no Ko. Director of photography Ryosuke Tsuda. Color design by Yoko Miki. Violet Evergarden Gaiden. Director of photography Kohei Funamoto. Color design by Yuka Yoneda.
Your public winner for Best Compositing in an Anime Film is Weathering With You, while the jury selected Children of the Sea. You might notice that this is the exact same results as the Backgrounds category, and that's unsurprising, because a big part of the role of compositing in these films is in making the 2D backgrounds feel like they have depth. In particular, the compositing is working overtime to make the characters feel like they're really interacting with the water around them. In the case of Weathering With You, it's the rain. And for Children of the Sea, it's making them look like they're swimming through water. Withering with You's compositing director Ryosuke Tsuda had ambitious ideas when working on Beautiful Bones at Troika in 2015, but Withering with You is a true demonstration of his talents. And in Children of the Sea, the compositing lead was also the 3D director Kenichiro Akimoto, whose main job was in making the 3D aquatic wildlife match with the stylish 2D animation, a surprisingly successful accomplishment.
Okay, sorry, this is the wrong screen. This is not anime. I don't know why people. I think animation. You know, animation. It just goes together. Like it just doesn't want to leave. The winner for compositing for a movie. No, not compositing. Sorry. What are we? It is compositing.
We were in compositing.
We were
actually.
in compositing. Okay.
We were in compositing. And we were in an animation.
Yes. The jury winner for compositing is Kaiju no Kodomo. So that is correct actually. And the public winner for compositing is Tenki no Ko. It's actually right. The rankings might not be right.
So you doesn't need to change the screen.
It doesn't need to change anything. You can just if you just take a look at the rankings and the write-ups at the end of where the website is, those will be all correct. I promise, and all the write-ups will be there. Actually, I'm informed that the rankings are actually correct. It's just the name is wrong. So there you go.
Yeah, I think it becomes kind of predictable at this point that we were going for the same rankings for the movies here in this category and some others, despite the fact that it's not all overlapping jurors for these categories. And with Kaiju approach, it's just insane because you don't know how they're even doing something like that. They not only creating these CG backgrounds that they're making an animation around that, like the effects animation, the water effect, the lighting, all the textures they put on the creatures and the characters on. And basically the entire climax of the movie is just something out of this world. It's an otherworldly experience that combines
Don't say
incredible
too much now.
What?
Don't say too much now, because you're making me really interested.
Yes, it's kind of spoiler, but it's just so good. So just watch this movie if you haven't seen it, because you won't see anything like that in anywhere else.
There you go. That's a glowing endorsement. Well, Orophin, I thank you so much for coming by, and thanks for helping me deal with the technical issues. But you've been really insightful. I really loved having you on.
Thank you, Harmony, and bye.
Bye. All right, that's compositing. Thank you to Canipa, by the way. You can see him on the Canipa Effect on YouTube. He also is available at thecanipaeffect.com. Amazing channel, really informative. Really helped us, really, because we sometimes give the jurors basically homework to do, just to make sure that they know exactly what they're judging. But moving on to OST. Our guest for OST is Rose Bridges. Hi, Rose.
Sorry, I forgot to unmute.
No, that's been happening to a lot of people.
It's okay.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing pretty well. How about you?
That's good. I'm hanging in there. Is what I will say.
I would normally be in Texas, but I'm actually not right now. I'm staying with my parents in another state.
Probably a good idea.
Yeah.
I had to boil my water up until yesterday.
A lot of my friends were doing that too.
They had like a little while ago, not now. We got a news alert, and it's like, hey, beware of brain-eating amoebas in your water.
Oh wow!
Don't let it get up your nose. I'm just like, what is this message I'm receiving? Rose is a regular contributor for Anime News Network, and they wrote Yoko Kanno's Cowboy Bebop soundtrack. So it makes sense that we have them on for OST. Here are your nominees for Best OST TV.
Best Original Soundtrack TV. Appare Ranman, Evan Cole. Dorohedoro, Aro and No Name. Great Pretender, Yutake Yamada. Kage-sama Season 2 Keihanoka
忘れ物忘れ物。
なんだか篠宮さんすっごく機嫌悪かったの。
Kute Dragons Masaru Yokoyama ReZero Season 2 Kenichiro Suehiro
そうやって中学を乗り切って。
Star Twinkle Precure Asami Tachibana and Yuki Hayashi Tower of God Kevin Payne
Okay. Your public winner for Best TV OST is Tower of God, and the jury chose Dorohedoro.
Now, I really love having you on.
Was I too fast?
No, you're fine. So you've obviously spent a lot of time analyzing, writing about, critiquing OSTs. What really goes into it? Like, how do you go about that process?
Well, when I analyze it, a lot of what I look for is, like, when people ask me about it, they often want to know about just the music, right? But for me, I think a lot of what makes an OST really work is how the music works with, the rest of the anime or film work or whatever it is, because I sometimes do stuff that is an anime too. So that's, to me, like, a really important thing. It's not just, how good the music is, but how is it used.
No, definitely. And a key thing to note here is that for OST, we required the jurors to both watch the show so they can see the original context in which the piece is played, but also the OST standalone. So they can really truly evaluate both it within context as well as maybe the more articulate parts that they may have missed when trying to pay attention to all this other stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I usually, when I'm like analyzing a particular soundtrack in depth, I usually get the like actual soundtrack and listen to it alone, so I can like really delve into like the musical features of a particular piece, because it can be hard to tell sometimes, like just watching it. And so like you identify something in the show, and then you're like, okay, let's listen to it on the soundtrack so I can really dig into it.
I don't know. I just imagine you kind of like sitting back. You got a big fancy chair, a glass of wine in your hand. Vinyl record player.
I'm more of a beer person, but yeah.
Oh, okay.
Otherwise, you've got it.
Of course. All right. So we're gonna bring in a juror just to talk about how they came about their decision, and it's Nimitz. Hi, Nimitz.
Hello.
Hey. So how was judging OST this year?
That's a bit of a heated question.
Really?
There were a lot of strong opinions on basically everything in the category this year.
It's every year OST is like the most heated category, and it's so strange. At least to me.
I don't know why that is, but there's a lot of stuff to work through when you're evaluating an OST, and not everyone sees eye to eye on what should take precedence, what should be valued more highly. In terms of various aspects, or even how to balance various aspects. So it kind of comes down to that at the end of the day.
Yeah, I could see it varying a lot from person to person, in terms of what you think about whether one works more or not, one particular OST works better or not.
Can you talk about these kind of specific OSTs, the winners, and see exactly what's going on over here?
Yeah, so Dorohedoro was a little bit weird from the jury standpoint, specifically in that it thrived basically entirely off the back of its instrumentation and how well it built atmosphere. The way it used percussion instruments specifically, I'm fairly certain that they were literally banging garbage cans at points for some of the percussion, especially in the track Hole. It really just helped build the world and suck you right into the setting, and that was something that we really appreciated in the OST overall. On a complete flip side, Tower of God, on an individual compositional level, we actually liked Tower of God, but the reason it wound up in 8th for us was because it didn't exactly nail the usage portion. there were moments where there were baffling music choices made with regards to what pieces were playing, or even how various scene transitions wound up messing with tension that was being built up by the music. And it just left a very feeling in our mouth overall when viewed in the show.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I really liked that soundtrack. I didn't really love how it was used that much.
Oh, and that's really interesting. So it kind of goes to show like the facet of what we're trying to get at here of usage versus the actual sound. Because Kevin Penkin knows his way around a score. You know?
Yeah. Oh yeah, no doubt about that.
Yeah, definitely.
All right. Oh, thank you. So let's move on to movies then. Here are your nominees for Best OST Movie.
Best Original Soundtrack Movie. Made in Abyss Movie. Kevin Penkin. Promare. Hiroyuki Sawano. Star Twinkle Precure Movie. Asami Tachibana and Yuki Hayashi.
Your public winner for Best Movie OST is Tenki no Ko, and the jury chose Made in Abyss.
Okay, well, since we had you on, I just wanted to ask some more about, you've studied and published work on a variety of different styles of music. What in your mind makes a standout soundtrack?
I think it's the part of that, how it's used thing, but it's also, I really like when soundtracks are really eclectic. In terms of what different musical styles. I think that's a big reason I like Yoko Kanno so much. But even some like not by her, like I really love the soundtrack for the original Full Metal Alchemist anime, and I think a lot of that is just like the sheer variety of styles, which Michiru Oshima doesn't always do with her soundtracks, but she really does with that one.
I mean, that's really interesting to hear. I have to imagine that when you go into reviewing a soundtrack, there is something that you approach it in such a way. Can you talk about that for a little bit?
Yeah. So when I review, a lot of my reviews when I've done stuff for Anime News Network have been like soundtrack and also other stuff. But I guess I think as I try to always keep an open mind. Even if I'm not like feeling the soundtrack right away. I try to, I try to find something to like about it. Usually, I think I'm a pretty positive reviewer, on the whole.
Nothing wrong with just liking stuff.
Yeah, sometimes I worry I'm like too nice to something, and I'm like I should be harder on it. But people tend to like my reviews better when I'm nice about them. So whatever. But yeah, I think. I don't know. It's really hard to say what specifically with reviewing a soundtrack. Because when I do my academic work, I think I always come in with like a particular approach. Something like, how does this represent, identity in the anime? That's what I'm doing my dissertation on. Stuff, or like with the Cowboy Bebop book, each chapter has a particular approach. So like one of them I talk about Mushroom Samba and how it plays on blaxploitation films. And one of them I talk about, how, the show references, each character in a different way musically. So I think I often go in a particular approach. I feel like I'm just rambling here. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. I mean, I find it so interesting to just listen to. I mean, especially I feel like in order to really evaluate OSTs, you have to be so. I guess the word is worldly. If you take a look at Evangelion's OST has so many different influences from so many different places, from you know Catholicism and Spanish samba.
Yeah,
and it's just amazing. Just the work you do.
Thank you. Yeah, Evangelion was actually my second choice for the book that was about Cowboy Bebop. And so I almost wrote a book about Evangelion. I'm glad I did Cowboy Bebop because that was such a fun book to do. But
if you're gonna choose a soundtrack, you know that you didn't make a bad choice.
Yeah, and it was so cool to like, you know, it was so cool to like. I didn't actually conduct the interviews directly because my Japanese is just not at that level yet. But to like, you know, get the email from my editor saying, you know, I just sat down with Shinichiro Watanabe in Tokyo and talked about anime music with him for an hour and learned about how it's, you know, the production of anime music. And so it's like, that's so cool.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree. Hey, Nimitz, talk about it. So Rose is just talking about how she really values kind of like a variety and eclecticness in a soundtrack. Is that something that stood out to you in some of these, or?
Not so much. At least for the movie rank, the movie options, it was a fairly, I don't know, I wouldn't say standard, but nothing really stood out in terms of this sounds different. We definitely had some of those for TV, but here in movie, not so much.
Okay. Well, I get.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I feel like. Sorry, if you had more to say, I'm really bad at telling when people are done talking.
No, you're fine.
So I feel like both of these are kind of like, they're both by composers. Well, Radwimps is a group, but you know, they're both by, you know, people who've been doing a lot of successful stuff lately. And so I feel like they're kind of like the culmination of like current OST trends, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I completely agree, especially in Kevin Pankin's case. We may or may not have written several thousand words on the Made in Biff's movie soundtrack while we were discussing it. So, it's definitely a culmination of everything that came before.
Yeah, I don't know if he did the movie, but I know he worked on the series. Raj Ramaya, who has also worked on the Cowboy Bebop soundtrack and some other stuff with Yoko Kanno. So there's some overlap in performers who've done a lot of stuff over the years.
All right. Well, I mean, thank you. I mean, this segment actually went like a little long, but only because I really loved listening to both of you.
Thank you.
I just kind of engrossed. You can check out Rose on Anime News Network. Check out what she's written, and as well as her book, Yoko Kanno's Cowboy Bebop soundtrack, which, you know, again, like she said.
I was gonna note I have upcoming. I have an essay coming out in Macademia, which is an anime academic journal but they, you know, sell individual books for each one, about Ikuhara, the director, and particularly about Utena and Sarazamai. So if you're interested in that, you can check that out. It's coming out this spring, hopefully.
There you go, and hopefully soon we'll be able to call you Dr. Bridges.
Yeah, I'm hoping.
Oh, I had one last question for you. It's very, 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 very important. You like jazz?
Okay. Oh, yeah, of course. I was in jazz band in high school. I played the bass.
I see. All right.
Jazz is great.
Thanks for coming by, y'all. Have a good day.
You too.
See ya.
Oh. Wasn't that an amazing guest? I think all of our guests have been amazing. And it's just been so interesting to actually have people on and, you know, get a little more insight into all the shows that we know and love. I think when we watch shows, it can be really easy to just kind of enjoy the experience, and you really should. However, at the same time, I think it's important to really, you know, from time to time, dive deep and just really appreciate all the work that really goes into stuff like this. And people like Rose and all of our other amazing guests really are able to show us exactly what that's like. But we're going into sound design. Unfortunately, Cora is not able to come today, so we'll have Rowland on. But here's your montage.
Best Sound Design TV. Akudama Drive, sound director Yukio Nagasaki. Chihaya Furu 3, sound director Masafumi Mima. Enen no Shoubotai ni no Shou, sound director Jin Akitagawa. Eizoken ni wa te o dasu na, sound director Eriko Kimura. Galactic Kyoryu, sound director Toru Kanegai. ReZero Season 2, sound director Jin Agitagawa.
Good to go?
Yep. Is my voice fine? Your public winner for Best TV Sound Design is ReZero. And the jury chose Gal and Dino.
The juror we have is McAddy, who, kind of almost single-handedly made this category into a reality. Not exactly, but huge proponent. That's fair, right?
That's quite flattering. I know we would not be here without many of the talented jurors, but sure, I will allow you to give me credit for single-handedly bringing this category. Really, the moment we've all
tell us
been
about
waiting
all of the talented jurors this year.
Yeah, there was several of us who were all here and all stayed till the very end and had a really hard time, in all honesty, trying to rank these nominees and pick them out. But we were given a great assist from the public. They had a couple good noms in there as well, so very easy for us.
Were you worried that the public wouldn't maybe give you things that you could work with?
It wasn't so much I was worried, because last year we had another decent set of nominations from the public as well. But it was more that we had like 3 or 4 things we liked, so we were hoping we'd get the assist. And with Fire Force being one of our favorite entries of the year, seeing that as a public nomination certainly made our lives a lot easier at the end.
Yeah, that's nice. Tell us about your first pick, why the jury liked it.
So we have first, second, and third because the format mandates we have to rank them that way. It was really much closer to a 3-way tie for first, that we just kind of have to do the minor nuances. Gal is a great pick for winner, though, because of just the way they utilize the sound design. Like, Dino doesn't speak, he just makes sounds, and it really drives a lot of the comedy in the show. And that's with the lightsabers and the air horns. It's just some of the most
wondering about
memorable
that,
and
like,
iconic
these are
design of the year.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's just like you wouldn't expect it, and it shines really in the show. So we were pretty happy to recognize it.
And I want to mention that we actually reached out to the people behind Gal and Dino, and they weren't able to give us an official response, but they know that they won. And at the end of the day, that's all that we really want.
Isn't that really what matters at the end?
Exactly. Hey,
show needs more love.
You won something. Yeah. And Gal and Dino, one of the strangest experiences I've ever had in my life, but it is. I feel like it was worth it.
It certainly was.
All right, we're gonna move on to movie.
Sounds good.
Best Sound Design Movie. Kaiju no Kodomo, sound director Koji Kasamatsu. Maiden Abyss movie, sound director Haru Yamada. Promare, sound director Yasunori Ebina. Denki no Ko, sound director Haru Yamada.
And your public winner for Best Movie Sound Design is Tenki no Ko. The jury chose Kaiju no Kodomo.
All right, what do you think of these?
So we really like water here in sound design, and we were very fortunate to have 2 really strong water-based nominations to go with. Tenki no Ko and Made in Abyss were the public nominations, and you can see in the public rankings they did finish 1-2. And we were pretty happy with that result. Made in Abyss wasn't something we were considering, and then when the public nominated it, we got a chance to listen to it. And it wasn't just nominated because it had a good soundtrack. It had some really interesting and strong sound design, so we were happy to slap it in second ourselves.
I remember on watching it, and also just in the TV show, that it uses very interesting sound effects for the laser, for example. What do you think?
Laser was definitely the standout design. Bone Drew's laser was a feature in all 4 of our comments surrounding the Made in Abyss movie, but you also look at sort of the metallic limb designs that were like making Reg sound like he was physically a presence. I feel like a lot of shows could have just kind of glossed over it, but they really spent some time coming up with unique designs that made it sound like it was a small child with a mechanical arm, and it was incredibly well done.
Nice.
Now I know is Premiere's last, but is that like a hard last, or is that because Trigger is kind of known for doing these sort of like mecha-ish shows, and I think within it there's a lot of opportunity for these kind of mechanical sounds, and then obviously a large theme of the movie is fire. What do you think of Premiere?
I think water puts out fire, so that's I'm kidding. No, it was really just a case of the nominees above it really being strong. Premiere had great design. It was a jury nomination. We really liked it, and Trigger's bombastic presentation extends into its sound design, but I think it just didn't have as many standout elements or standout moments that the other 3 nominations really had. So that's why it's 4th, but it's not really like a last. It's more of a 4th.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for coming by. Thank you for gifting us this category.
Happy to be here. See you next time.
All right. See ya.
Thank you.
That was sound design. Sound design is kind of like some people might consider it a kind of smaller portion of the shows and movies that we watch. However, obviously so integral and so important. It really is. We focus a lot on the big things, but I think the small things, the little details, those are what really make things shine and show us what quality is capable of. All right, next category is VA, and for VA, our guest is Megan Shipman. Hi, Megan.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing so good. Great to have you here. And how fitting is it to have a voice actor for the voice acting category? Huh?
Yeah, it's super fun, super fun.
Yeah. So this is Megan Shipman. She has done a slew of things. She's done Adachi and Shimamura. She's done My Hero Academia as La Brava, and recently she's been able to take on the mantle of Sasha in Attack on Titan.
Yes.
So happy to have you.
I also played Aripio in Budokan, so I was like, yay, Budokan won an award.
There you go. Yeah, we
not
try
biased at all.
I know, right? We try to be generous to our guests here. That was a joke, by the way. This is all very...
It was a joke. I literally am just showing up today.
Above water. Okay. Here are your nominees for Best Voice Actor. Or Voice Acting Performance is more accurate. All right, give me just 1 second. Megan, just to ask you some questions while I'm setting this up here. How is being a voice actor like? Like, obviously we had Sean and we had Kayli on, but if you could just talk about how's it to break into the industry?
Everyone kind of has a different way that they get in. There's no like right or wrong way to get into being a voice actor, and I think nowadays it's a lot more accessible via the internet, and the resources you have online are so much more vast, and it's really easy to do a lot of research and get a lot of resources that didn't exist 10 15 years ago. And so I did a general audition at Funimation, and then I was lucky and they kept calling me back. And it was a little bit of talent, a little bit of luck, all the stars combined. And then they kept calling me back. So yeah, there's no really right or wrong way. And nowadays there's a lot of resources, and it's really, really easy to get started and get a setup going, and just find the tools you need. So yeah, it's really fun, and there's so many fun things you can do online now. There's so many indie projects and YouTube projects, and anything and everything. And right now, with everything that's going on in the world, everything is so remote now, that it's opened the door for casts to have cast lists that have people from not just Dallas but also Houston, LA, New York, and have just whoever you really want, because the last year has remote recording has just taken over. So it's really, really fun. It's really fun.
You hear that, y'all? You could be the next Meccan Shippin. I think that's.
I mean, I don't know if you want to be me or not. If you want to sit in a hoodie all day, I mean, sure, go for it.
Here are your nominees for Best Voice Acting.
Best Voice Actor. Aoi Koga as Kaguya Shinomiya.
そんなリスクを背負う必要はないと言ってるの。幸せのためよ。背負う価値は。
Maya Sakamoto as Echidna.
僕の好奇心はもはや君なしでは満たされない。君が誰かを救うために力を使うなら。やりますわ。
Maya Uchida as Katarina Kreis.
皆さん落ち着いてください。私にいい案があるわ。
なんだ。Mamoru Miyano as Taichi Mashima.
なんだ俺。
Rie Takahashi as Megumin.
エクストロー嫌い派のど
Ryo Sugiyama as Minare Koda. Takuya Eguchi as Hachiman Hikigai. Tomokazu Seiki as Gilgamesh. Tomoyo Kurosawa as Sundala.
そんなこと私が絶対許さない俺は
Yusuke Kobayashi as Subaru Natsuki.
死に戻りして何度もやり直してたんだ
Your winner for voice actor, your public winner is Aoi Koa as Kaguya Shinomiya in Kaguya-sama Season 2. And your voice actor winner, jury winner, is Tomokazu Seki as Gilgamesh from Fate Grand Order Babylonia.
Splendid performances. And Aoi Koga has actually been nominated, and I believe won in years past too. So it's really no surprise here. Now, I understand that voice acting in Japan might be a little different than what you're used to, and I think a lot of our audience might not know terms such as like prelay and stuff like that. Do you mind elaborating on that for just a little bit?
Yeah, sure. So, all of the anime that is made in Japan and all of the Japanese voice acting is essentially what we know as prelay here. And prelay just means that you record the voices first, and then they kind of animate around that. And I think you usually will have storyboards or rough ideas of what's going on in a scene so the actors can understand. And then so think of like anything that you see on Cartoon Network, any kind of Western animation. That's essentially what prelay is, and anime is basically prelay in Japan as well. So then when it comes over here, and that's why a lot of times in Japan, you have these amazing group performances and people can play off of each other just right there in the moment, and they record whole scenes at a time. And that's what's so different about recording here in, the West, any studio. It's such a different process. It's, ADR, it's recording after the fact. And so if you watch a dub and you really love it and you're like, wow, the acting is really good, that I think that makes it even more special that, there are some dubs that are able to really convey the same amounts of emotion as you do in Japan, because when you're doing ADR, everything is by itself, and you're recording things by yourself. Sometimes you may be the first person recording and there's nothing there to really play off of, so you're just like, well, I have to imagine people acting in my head, and then, or you might be the last one and you may be lucky and you may have tons of people to play off of in a scene, and it's really great. So yeah, it's really different, and the processes are fun, and you get to bring a show to life in a new way. And I think dubs are also, look, I'm a little biased, yes, but I think dubs are good because they also they give you licensing gives you more accessibility to a show, especially to people that maybe don't have the means to import a show, XYZ. So yeah, it's I think it's great that accessibility is great, and the differences and bringing shows to life, and it's great. It's great. I think it's the more dubs we can have, the better, because more licensing, more accessibility, more fans. It's just good for everyone. So yeah.
And I mean, like if you really think about it, dubbed anime and it really contributed to the rapid expansion of the popularity of anime in the West. I mean, you take a look at the big shows that people remember from their childhood, for like Sean Schemmel in Dragon Ball.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's. I mean, what am I, like 27? I'm about to be 28. And I could be wrong. I don't know. I'm getting old, but
See, I forget my age all the time too.
I know, right? You get to a point, you're like, I'll never forget how old I am, and then it's all out the window. But yeah, I think everyone around my age or older, those dubs that we all loved that were like on Toonami and in the 90s and early aughts growing up, those were big and helping grow a fan base and grow a whole generation of people that are fans of this art form. And that's partly why I started wanting to be a voice actor, I guess. In college, I was like, I could like do this and whatever. So yeah, it's totally good. It's a good thing, and the more fans, the better. The more accessible things are, the easier it is to get your hands on things, the better it is for us as a whole fan base, and I think it's great.
Of course. So I'm going to pull in the juror who is responsible for ranking all these, and the juror for this is Pat. Hi, Pat.
Hello, everyone.
Hi. Pat is very passionate about voice acting.
Yes, I am.
And so explain these rankings a bit. I think people in the chat are pretty confused. They're wanting you to explain yourself. So
yeah, a little bit. I can see some pitchforks from here, but that's fine. I'm gonna explain. So here's how it all went down, pretty much. It was a difficult process. There were a lot of good voice actors. We merged female and male this year, so there were less spots compared to last year. So it was just a really difficult process as a whole. Just to give an example, by the end of voting, there was a four-way tie between four different characters. Yeah, so it was really, really hard to determine the ranking. So, for another example, my personal favorite of the nominees is Taichi, and he got 6th, right? So it was really a split cat, I would say. Like a lot of diverging opinions. But in the end, Seki Tomokazu was probably the one that we considered the most consistent between all the picks. He has a pedigree, you can say, in voice acting. Anyone who has been in Rakugo can say that. And he's one of the best in the industry, and he shows here. And what we really loved about Gilgamesh in this incarnation of Gilgamesh is that he went a step further than the Gilgamesh we saw in Fate Zero and Fate Stay Night. He showed a lot of different emotions that we are used to see from Gilgamesh, like sadness and sorrow and stuff like that. So that's why we picked Gilgamesh for first, I would say.
Okay, so like kind of like the variety, and then also the word coming to mind is ferocity for some reason. It might be overkill, but ferocity of emotion. Megan, I have to imagine that's pretty hard to kind of deliver a performance like that. Is there anything special you do to get into the mind space of doing a particularly like emotional scene, or?
Yeah, when you do these really emotional scenes, especially here when you're by yourself, and it is kind of difficult, what we do during the process is, we'll always preview the performance in Japanese. Maybe we are like, let's do these 5 lines, and we'll preview all 5 of them as it is in the J, and we'll read the script along with it, almost like you're just reading subtitles, but you're just reading the script along with it instead. And then that way you can really hopefully, if you can see, okay, what is happening, and you have a director there to kind of guide you along what is happening if you haven't, had time to sit down and actually watch a whole show. Maybe you're in a bunch of shows this season and you just haven't had time to sit down and watch all of them. So usually you'll have a director there that can kind of help guide you through and be like, okay, this really has to be really powerful, or this needs to be really funny, and this is like the huge punchline of the whole episode, or something like that. And if you have a great team of people working with you, then you'll get a product that, and hopefully you have a really great actor along as well, and you'll get a great product with the team you're working with. And everything we do is based off of the amazing performances of the seiyuu in Japan. So yeah, it is really, we try to make it as close as we can to what they have laid down previously, and it is a lot. It's a lot, and you have a great team with you, and that's what helps you kind of put you in the moment. And hopefully you also are a good actor and you can also deliver in those big moments as well. So yeah, it's all about the team you have and how hard you've worked to really bring those big moments to life.
I mean, if you really think about it, we're almost in like the I don't know. Okay, I'm being so not verbose. What is the word here? Grandiose. But we're almost in like the age of dubbing, just because there's so many simuldubs available now, whether it be Netflix or Funimation is a main one, and I'm just really happy that that all the work that you do is I mean it's all great. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. Yeah, and I know like everyone always has there's always the big jokey debate of like subs or dubs, so it's really fun because I mean I feel like most people are pretty like, yeah, whatever. You get the occasional one that's like really intense about it, but I mean overall I do think it's whether you like dubs or not, doing dubs doesn't get rid of the amazing original performances that are given. It makes accessibility better, it makes your fan base bigger. It's just good for anime in general because it's just, who doesn't want to just have more anime? And simuldubs have spoiled. Oh my god, we're also spoiled with simuldubs. Me too. Actors are spoiled with simuldubs because we get to talk about things 2 weeks later instead of 2 years later. It's great for everyone. But yeah, so yeah, I think it's really fun. And yeah, I don't know what else to say.
No, yeah, I mean,
I'm just rambling, so
no,
stop me.
You're completely fine. Completely. Well, thank you to both of you so much for coming on. We're really happy to have you. And I hope you have an amazing day.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Bye, Twitch chat. Bye, everyone.
Bye, don't kill me.
Oh, okay. Again, thanks to Megan Shipman. That's amazing. If you check out some of her other works, she has been, again, many things. Love Life Sunshine, Dr. Stone, Asteroid in Love. I'm pretty sure if you pick a season, you can probably find her. All right, moving on to Best Opening. The guest I have for Best Opening is not new to the stream. It's Phenom Sage. Hey, Phenom.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, doing really well. I love having you on. You can find Phenom Sage on YouTube. Does some amazing analysis as well as a season overview. And without further ado, here's Best OP.
Best Opening. Black Catcher. Black Clover. Directed by Masashi Ito. Performed by Vicky Blanca. Boku no Sensou. Shingeki no Kyojin. Directed by Yuichiro Hayashi. Performed by Shinsei Kamate-chan. Daddy Daddy Do. Kaguya-sama, Love is War. Directed by Takashi Ando. Performed by Masayuki Suzuki and Airi Suzuki. GP, Great Pretender. Directed by Kotomi Deai. Performed by Yutaka Yamada. Goodbye, Bungo to Alchemist. Directed by Midori Kato. Performed by Urashima Sakata-sen. Guru Guru DJ Turn. D4DJ First Mix. Directed by Tomomi Umezu. performed by Happy Around, featuring Kyoko and Saki. Kai Kai Kitan, Jujutsu Kaisen, directed by Shingo Yamashita, performed by Eve. Koi no Uta, Tonikaku Kawaii, directed by Yoshiki Kitai, performed by Akari Kito. Navigator, Fugo Keiji Balance Unlimited, directed by Tomohiko Ito and Ami Sato, performed by Six Tones. Realize, ReZero, directed by Tatsuya Koyanagi, performed by Konomi Suzuki.
And your public winner for best opening is Kai Kai Kitan. And the jury chose Goodbye.
I think we kind of got surprised by Crunchyroll. I think they snuck something in here.
What's going on?
I don't know if you get the reference. It's a Jujutsu Kaisen reference. Sorry about that.
Oh, I didn't even watch the awards yesterday.
What did you? Well, the one thing I know about
I gotta support the Reddit awards more than Crunchyroll.
I always love a good rep.
Yeah.
What do you think about these winners?
Yeah, I mean, public, not really surprising at all. Kai Kai Kitan, that Jujutsu Kaisen OP, Eve is really hot right now, and whether or not you are a fan of his music, I know a lot of people are getting tired of hearing him, but that opening, man, it's really well done. And Goodbye, with this Bungo show, I hadn't even heard of this until I was sent the winners, and I looked at it, and it's crazy how well composed it is, how well they transition from scene to scene, the animation, it's really well done as well. Oh, one thing if you don't mind me talking about, just something else, not the winners, really happy to see on the jury rankings, at number 2, just barely didn't make it, Black Catcher from Black Clover. Last year I brought up how the Black Clover openings were kind of snubbed a little bit, so it's really nice to see that opening ranking really high. Although unfortunately, the past few OPs haven't been the greatest, but you didn't hear that from me. But that's just my opinion.
All right. Now, what are some OPs like? There's so many. Nowadays, so much anime air every season. There's bound to be some that you could say a little snubbed, little.
Oh yeah.
You have any choices for those?
Yeah. The first one I'll mention. Just nobody else cares about it but me. But the Higurashi OP for the new series that came out last year, that OP is amazing. That's probably my favorite opening from last year. I love Asuka. I love the visuals. But one thing that I am surprised didn't get mentioned anywhere. I'm not surprised Higurashi didn't make it, but one thing I am surprised didn't make it into either the public or the jury is the Sleepy Princess OP, because that one, again, that's probably top 3 from last year for me, and I'm really shocked that it didn't make it anywhere.
What do you say to that? Whoops. We're Sleepy Princess.
Yeah, we're Sleepy Princess.
I think she's still sleeping. Yeah, I think that was definitely in the discussion for the jury nominee slots. I wouldn't be able to tell you from the top of my head whether it was closer to top 10 or top 20 or whatever, but yeah, it was definitely in discussion.
Okay.
Higurashi less so.
Yeah, nobody cares about it except for me, but I felt like I should mention it at least.
How'd
it go? Whoops.
It was. I mean, I feel like I'm repeating myself because I said the same thing in art, but it's so competitive. OP every year is one of those categories where, for some reason, and I mean, I'm part of it myself, people just get so into it and so involved in what they think is their favorite thing, and especially because considering OPs can be so wildly different in terms of appeals, where you have some that are really aesthetic and others that are really narrative focused. You get these clashes of people that are just very adamant that choice is the one, so to speak.
So I kind of went over what I found impressive about the Bungo Goodbye opening, but I'm curious about what you guys thought was like so impressive to put it at number 1.
Yeah, I think it's one of those OP that the more you look into it, the better it gets. So we sort of, when we do this, of course, we all watch every opening in the year, and this is one that just on surface level, maybe without having watched the show, it already does a lot of cool stylistic things. So there's so much smooth transitions, and the thorough line of the OP just flows very well. There's so many different art styles. There's some segments that are animated in this stained glass diorama style, while others have these very elaborate choreographed action sequences. So that immediately stood out to us. Like there's so much going on in this OP, from the animation to the composition,
I get
flow,
it.
etc.
What really surprised me,
and then,
oh, go ahead.
Yeah, and then when we sort of started, once we had sort of narrowed down a bit and we could look into this OP deeper, we looked at the narrative, and for context, Budo Alchemist is the show about sort of early 1900s Japanese writers that are being revitalized into these heroes. And this OP just is absolutely loaded with reference to both the narrative of the series as well as the narrative in the books that these people have written and their own personal lives. And to go into every single layer of that, what the OP covers is.
So your entire, sorry.
Yeah, I'd be here for 20 minutes talking about it, but it's just the depth of narrative and the layering of these different sort of how these crossover, where there's references to personal lives that are then also visualized in references to the books and stuff like that. It's incredibly elaborate and it's impressive.
See, I thought it won because it took the stray dogs and it alchemized them into Goodbye.
Okay.
The stream has been going on for almost 4 hours now. Okay,
I get it.
Not all of them
understand.
can. Not all of them can be yawn, pull into the dock ship. Thank you, Whoops.
Thank you, Whoops. Maybe we should move on.
Next category is, of course, Best Ending. Here are your nominees for Best Ending of 2020.
Best Ending. Alicia, Magia Record, directed by Midori Yoshizawa, performed by Central, Boruto, directed by Kana Ito, performed by Ami Sakaguchi. Kaze ni Fukarete, Kaguya-sama Love is War, directed by Tomoki Fujiwara, performed by Haruka Fukuhara. Kimi wa Tennen Shoku, Kakushigoto, directed by Nobutaka Yoda, performed by Eiichi Otaki. Lost in Paradise, Jujutsu Kaisen, directed by Masatsugu Nagasoe, performed by Ali. Memento, ReZero, directed by Masaharu Watanabe, performed by Nonok. Miraculutto, Link Ring, Healing Good Precure, choreographed by Create Boy, performed by Machiko. Shogeki, Shingeki no Kyojin, directed by Toshiyuki Yamashita, performed by Yuko Ando. The Great Pretender, directed by Hiro Kaburagi, performed by Freddie Mercury. Welcome My Friend, Fugo Keiji Balance Unlimited, directed by Yasuaki Kurotsu, performed by Okamotos.
And your winner for both public and jury best ED is... Could it be anything else? It's Lost in Paradise, baby. Let's go. Best ED ever.
Apparently, I'm not really familiar with these. Jujutsu Kaisen has just blown it out of the park, huh?
Yeah, like OP ED, it's just been consistent greatness.
Is it like when you look at an ED, do you look at mainly the visuals or the audio, or is it like a combination of both?
For ED specifically, they usually don't get very crazy visually, and that's why this one just stands out so far above. But generally, I am thinking not mostly. I would say it's definitely a balance, but I think I prefer hearing a good song over seeing good visuals. Because with the song, I can at least with the song, I can listen to it anytime I want. But definitely those two things, like when you're thinking about overall EDs and OPs, both are very important. And Lost in Paradise, I still remember when this ED dropped, I was just, as soon as I watched it, I was freaking out on Discord, like talking to my friends about it. Like, it's legit so good. I could completely understand it being like somebody's favorite ED ever.
Chris, how did the category go?
We had a pretty interesting theme going in the ED jury, because when we came in to the jury process, we sort of all agreed that there were generally pretty weak field of EDs this year, but there were a few that really stood out and were really, really good. But almost no juror agreed on which those standouts were. So that was pretty interesting.
I was gonna ask like how easy it was to pick Lost in Paradise for number one, because like that just, as soon as I saw that, I was like, this is ED of the year, no contest.
Yeah, it was relatively easy. There wasn't really anyone who disliked Lost in Paradise. Everyone thought it was at least pretty damn good. So the fact that
there were some that were arguing that there were better ones.
Yeah, exactly. Like for example, our second place ED, Kimi wa Tennen Shoku.
That was my favorite.
Yeah, it was also really, really good and came really close to beating Lost in Paradise, but it didn't quite get over the edge.
Yeah, and I have to say, there are some really great EDs in here, and there were some great EDs generally last year where, like, you have a ED set to Queen with Wit Studio, and it's not even in the top 3.
It's really sad to see something by such a legendary singer like Freddie Mercury miss out and only place 4th, but it just speaks to the strength. Yeah, exactly.
Find me some jury to love. Okay. So just really quickly to go over the process. Literally, I'm pretty sure every single ED is watched by the jury. Is that correct? Every OP and ED, right, Chris?
Precisely.
Yeah.
We watch every single OP and every single ED that comes out throughout the year.
And people don't realize just what sheer number of stuff that is. There's a reason why there's so many nominees here. Yeah. And you probably have to suffer through some bad ones, but we really try to be comprehensive and cover and find hidden gems and acknowledge the ones that everyone loves, just like the winners here. All right. Well, thank you guys so much for stopping by. It was a lot of fun having you.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for having me.
All right.
Sorry I couldn't offer industry insight like some of the other great guests tonight, but
I don't
it was
know.
still fun.
To be fair, you did say that you prefer audio because you can listen to it anytime you want. I'm pretty sure you can imagine the visuals of an ED or OP anytime you want, Phenom. You get the power of imagination. I'm going to insert the SpongeBob gif here.
Okay.
Bye. See y'all later.
See you.
This ribbon, Phenom is great. When you guys get a chance, check out Phenom Sage on YouTube. Just a really, he sells himself short. Really informative channel. Really passionate about everything that he talks about. And move on to script. So the script, we actually do have a pre-recorded segment from Katrina Leonidakis. Leonidakis. I'm so apologetic for butchering the name. But she is actually a translator. And who better to do script than someone who is intimately familiar with scripts? So without further ado.
Thank you for having me. I'm Katrina Leonidakis, and I'm a professional anime translator. If you've watched Horimiya, Higurashi Go, or my favorite, Interspecies Reviewers, you've read my subtitles. As a subtitle translator, I spend a lot of time familiarizing myself with the script of a series, both the overarching narrative and the tiny nuances of dialogue. A show with a standout script excels in both aspects. After all, what's a great story without snappy dialogue, or a dramatic confession that doesn't really impact the overarching plot? There are plenty of great contenders for Best Script in 2020, but let's see what you guys thought was the best written show of this year.
Best Script. Akudama Drive. Series composition by Norimitsu Kaiho and Tomohisa Taguchi. Scenario by Kazutaka Kodaka. Chihayafuru 3. Series composition by Yuko Kakihara. Original story by Yuki Suetsugu. Eizoken ni wa te o dasu na. Series composition by Masaaki Yuasa. Original story by Sumito Owara. Great Pretender. Series composition by Ryota Kosawa.
博士、あんたはどう思う？この俺を裏切ってる奴がいると思う。
Id Invaded. Series composition by Otaro Maijo.
坂井戸、名探偵だ。下の名前はわからないが、そんなことより。
Kaguya-sama Love is War Season 2. Series composition by Yasuhiro Nakanishi. Original story by Aka Akasaka. ReZero Season 2. Series composition by Masahiro Yokotani. Original story by Tappei Nagatsuki. Runway de Waratte. Series composition by Toko Machida. Original story by Kotoba Inoya.
I'm so thrilled to see the jury loves Chihayafuru just as much as I do. I actually translated the first 2 seasons for Sentai Filmworks, and I did some revision work on the 3rd. It's amazing how the series can not only get audiences to care about an extremely niche sport, even in Japan, but use it to embellish the character drama going on both during games and outside of them. Even I sometimes find myself much more invested in the actual matches than the love triangle. I'm so glad we saw a 3rd season, and I'm really hoping we get a 4th. I personally wouldn't have ranked Great Pretender as high as you did. I felt the last arc really jumped the shark, both in terms of character acting and overall believability. I also would have liked to see Akudama Drive a little bit higher, what with its crazy story and really snappy dialogue, but with so many other strong contenders, I can see why it ended up where it did. As for the public rankings, I've got one thing to say. Okay, fine, I'll watch ReZero already. A lot of my colleagues have been raving about it for a really long time now, and if you guys say the story and writing are that good, I'm gonna have to take the plunge. I'm a little surprised to see Eizoken so far down on the list, but hopefully it'll pick up some accolades in other categories.
Thank you so much to Katrina for giving that to us. It's so valuable to hear from someone within the industry. Just to clarify, you're a translator for Sega, Funimation on shows like Horimiya and Higurashi Go, as well as Sentai Filmworks for Chihayafuru. So big round of applause for them. They did an amazing job. Our juror for script is Furkle. Hey Furkle, how you doing?
Hello, I'm doing all right. How are you doing?
That's good. I am tired, but very excited to talk about anime with anybody, and especially with you.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Hey, how's script go?
Script went pretty well. So it was a pretty interesting cat because, when I first got in, there was a lot of different things being brought up. So I feel like, at first, everyone had their own different shows that they wanted to kind of push together, and that kind of happened. For example, my favorite show, script-wise, was Show by Rock Mashimai Resh. I think it has an excellent script. I really like the character writing for the main characters. And everyone had their own favorites, and it was kind of interesting seeing just all these different jury noms and different discussions, kind of very heated about that. And then in the end, we kind of got our midpoint ones, the things that people were pretty happy about in general. And in fact, Chihayafuru was one of these that somebody came in, they really liked it, and it wasn't really well watched at the start. And then we all watched it, and then by the end, when we were all talking about it, I was no one really had any complaints about it. There was a lot of praise for it, a lot of praise for the character writing. Taichi won main dramatic and for characters, and there's a reason why, and it correlates to why Chihayafuru has such a good script. So, and in the end, I think there's a lot of agreement on like Chihaya Furu being at the top, and there's a lot of support, all across the board for all of these different scripts. So,
Yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of an interesting dichotomy we see here in that we have a script, Chihaya Furu, which I assume is a lot more character focused, kind of more about developing arcs. And then ReZero is kind of a overall big picture look at the plot kind of way. Except at the same time, Subaru and Emilia get maybe less so Emilia, but get a good deal of development as well. And you kind of see that, realization of where he's come and particularly the auto scene where he's like, hey, are you not my friend? That was just really, really nice to me. It actually reminds me of there's a scene in Spice and Wolf where Lawrence is talking to someone and he's like, hey, I bet you didn't notice, but you're treating me less like a merchant and not like a friend, huh? And it's like a big turning point. I think there's a very big similarity there.
I think it's interesting that you say that because like while ReZero, really did well plot-wise, there was actually praise for the characters as well. Like personally, I think that Subaru's development, was pretty good and one of the definite highlights of this season, like just the things that he goes through and like the ways that he acts to it. And, you can see his spirit change from all the harrowing things that happened to him. Like you can see that hope get kind of lost there. And it's just very interesting. And in fact, like for ReZero, I think the thing that everyone agreed on was that the episode where Subaru goes back to the past and they have that whole trial where he has to like deal with his past. Like generally we that episode for sure. And ReZero was, very much liked by the script by our jury, but it just couldn't match Chihaya Furu. There was this for ReZero, I think the biggest complaints about it was that it felt unfinished. It's kind of in the middle of the core and it's kind of a weird spot to end off. So I think for some people that was one of the big sticking points.
And one really quick thing, some people are asking about ID Invaded. Why is it? I watched ID Invaded. I think it was pretty cool. I think it played a lot with kind of what it means to be what is truth. And, I mean, especially in this current like climate, it's kind of an interesting subject to explore.
Yeah.
What do you think about it?
So I thought it was good. I think the thing about ID Invaded is we liked the setup. It had a very interesting premise. It started strong. There was a lot of things that we liked about it, but also we just kind of felt like the ending kind of faltered and that some of the ending like solutions and world building around it were just not things that we're, as much fond of. And then there was just other shows that were just doing things better, Like, as you always say, this is not about like, being last here does not make a series like the worst script. It just means 8th place out of the ones that we ranked. And generally we're picking out the best scripts that we can find,
Oh my God. I just realized I thought ID Invaded was Inspector. Kyoko, I was about to talk about how I liked Owl Waifu, and I was like, wait.
I see.
Did what I say make sense still?
It still did make sense. I mean, ID Invaded, public put it 3rd. There's definitely some praise for it, I mean, as I said, all these shows got here for a reason. Even if I may have my own personal misgivings here or there, they all got here for a reason, so.
You hear that, Twitch chat? Just forget about the last, the minute or so of my speaking. All right. Thank you so much for stopping by. I always love to have you on. Love your enthusiasm, okay?
You're welcome. I love to be on as well.
All right. See ya. Oh, no. I moved to mid sentence. I'm tired. You guys pick up on that? Just a little bit? But, just one little break, and we'll be on to the main awards. So, give me a second. I'm going to build up my energy. Going to build up a solar beam. All right, we're back. Hi, I'm Snoo again. All right. Oh, it's a little hot in here. I'm gonna have to. Oh yeah, cool off real quick. Oh, you know what's really cooling? It's doing a little dab on you. Yeah. Sorry, I like that too much. Thank you so much for giving me your energy. I feel empowered by your presence, and it's time to start the main awards. But before we do that, actually, what we actually have to do is we have a special acknowledgement from one of the award winners from the production category. One of the composers from OST actually received our notification and would like to thank us. So without further ado, this is Kevin Penkin.
Hi everyone, my name is Kevin Penkin. I'm the composer for Tower of God and Made in Abyss. I just want to say a huge thank you to the Reddit community for these amazing awards. Thank you so much. I hope everyone's doing well, staying safe, being healthy, and yeah, hopefully see you guys soon. Be safe.
He won for Best OST from the public for Tower of God, which was an amazing blend of freeform jazz and basically dubstep. You gotta watch it. It makes sense in context. And as well as for the Made in Abyss movie, which is built upon his work, of course, in Made in Abyss, with some of the most amazing tracks that you can hear. But without further ado, let's move on to the main awards. Here presenting Short of the Year is Guess the Cartoon Cypher, which is a joint YouTube channel, and they can explain for themselves.
Hello, thank you all so much for having us. You can call me AJ, and I'm joined here by my partner Abi. We're the two co-founders of a channel known as the Cartoon Cypher, where we discuss the inner workings of the Western anime industry. We've worked with various industry professionals in order to quell misinformation, and today I'm happy that we can present what you all voted for as the best shorts of 2020. So without further ado, let's check them out.
Sorry, give me just one moment. How's everyone doing today? I'm doing just peachy keen. Now, the thing about the awards, I just want to make sure, is that it is an entirely community-run event. We have around 100 jurors. We have like 20 different organizers, and it may seem that it is a solo effort by me because, you know, I'm sitting here talking in front of you for 4 hours. But so much work goes in behind the scenes to try to bring you these. So we just hope that you really appreciate it. If you'll just give me one moment, we will get into short. Right about now. Right about.
Best Shorts. Aggressive Let's Go Season 3 Fanworks, directed by Rareko. Aru Nihon no Ekaki Shounen, Neko Nigashi Inc., directed by Masano Kawajiri.
心配しなくてもあんたより先に死ぬわよ。
Best Satsu Olympia Kiklos, Gosei Studio, directed by Ryo Fuji.
やめろお前ら
Bokentai Mori no Yusha, Suiro, directed by Yoshitoshi Shinomiya. Gotcha, Bones, directed by Rie Matsumoto. Heia Camp Triangle, Sea Station, directed by Masato Jimbo. Isekai Quartet 2, Studio Puyukai, directed by Minoru Ashina.
全然デスボイスじゃねえし。でもなんか逆に。
Hakume no Tsubasa, Studio Colorido, directed by Shingo Yamashita.
Your public winner for Short of the Year is Isekai Quartet 2. And the jury chose Hakume no Tsubasa, or Pokemon Twilight Wings. Here with me is the juror Nimitz, but before we get into that, the Cartoon Cypher has a couple things they'd like to say.
Okay, so comparing the public rankings to the jury rankings, I can kind of see, or at least understand, why 3 of the shorts, those being Besatsu Olympia Kiklos, Bokentai Mori no Yusha, and A Japanese Boy Who Draws, they're at the bottom of the public ranking and kind of in the middle top section of the jury ranking. And I guess I can understand that, because some of the other shorts on this list are pretty popular, pretty mainstream, and some of them are sequels to things that were already popular. And in fact, I think all of them are. But these 3, I do like them though. Like they are kind of experimental though. They kind of remind me of the Genius Party shorts, especially the Japanese Boy Who Draws. That reminded me a lot of Genius Party. but like compared to the third season of Agretzko and Isekai Quartet, I can understand why why the public ranking had it lower, but I'd recommend checking them out though.
I agree, and it's funny because as much as I enjoy Isekai Quartet and Agretzko Season 3, they're a lot more straightforward in terms of their art direction and presentation compared to everything else on this list. So while it doesn't really surprise me that they're at the top of the public ranking because a lot more people are exposed to them compared to the rest of these shorts, it is still kind of a shame.
Yeah, and like, I'll say about Isekai Quartet is that you can enjoy them if you've probably seen like maybe one of two of the shows they feature. Like, if you haven't seen any Isekai, you probably won't enjoy it at all. But like, if you've seen one, maybe this will be a way of getting you into the others. And but like Isekai Quartet, Agretzko, they're fun. They're both really fun. Like the first seasons of both those shows, so no surprise that I like these ones.
Agreed. And Agretzko Season 3 is not only one of my favorite Netflix anime to have come out in the past couple of years, but it's also one of my favorite dubs that Netflix has put out. That being said, Season 3, while it was definitely the most ambitious, it's also a bit more all over the place as it tries to juggle so much heavy subject matter.
Yeah, I think, I don't know, maybe it feels like Agretzko has been becoming more like that with every passing season, because I feel like Season 1 was the most focused, then it got into a bit of unexpected stuff in Season 2, and then even more with Season 3, but I still like it. It's still fun, and
Agreed, that's what happens when you push the boundaries with how we live in a society, basically.
Yeah, and yeah, like, I really do enjoy the Agretzko dub, but like Season 3, I think, showed some hints of how, like, playing fast and loose with the script has kind of started to catch up with the dub, because there are some running, like, recurring lines and gags that were going since Season 1 in the Japanese version, but they weren't as apparent in the dub, and now they have like big significance in Season 3, like the whole I'll count to 10 thing was a lot more prominent in the Japanese version. So
well, you also have to bear in mind that they can't always account for what's coming out each and every season.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's impossible to account for that stuff, but I don't think either of us really disagree about Pokemon's place in really either ranking, because
I would absolutely rank it higher than Agretzko. I would absolutely rank both of them higher than Isekai Quartet and Heya Camp.
Yeah, and it's probably like I get we mentioned that like Isekai Quartet, Agretzko, their sequel, so of course they'd be higher. And Pokemon has been going for longer than all of those, so might sound a bit biased, but like when you look at the production of these things, like, god damn, I don't know if we're allowed to swear on this, but like Gotcha alone, I just was not expecting, like, I expected, well, not really expected, because Rie Matsumoto came out with that Lotte chocolate commercial before, and that was great. That was really visually stimulating, but Gotcha was just that to like the nth degree, because like it's very, very short, but there's not only is there a unique story, but it's making all these very careful references to all these elements of Pokemon that even as someone who isn't as into the series as Eric is, I probably don't know who half these characters are or the significance of them being grouped together or animated in a certain way, but like it's still impressive on its own. So I can really appreciate that.
Absolutely agree. I mean, there were a lot of things that happened in 2020, so maybe this isn't exactly a high bar to set, but I think Gotcha as like an entity was one of the best things to have come out of last year. And as somebody who grew up with the franchise literally since the very beginning, it filled me with every emotion you could possibly imagine. And the Twilight Wing specials gave me a new appreciation for the Sword and Shield franchise, the whole generation to have come out. And call it bias, call it nostalgia, that's fine, but I don't think that undermines the amount of work and effort that went into those and how much it speaks to those people with those sensibilities.
Joining me short is Nimitz. Hey, Nimitz.
Hello.
Hey, how'd short go this year?
Well, first day we showed up and we were given a list to a Google Sheet that had about 190 music videos and shorts that we needed to watch. And over the next couple weeks, it only got longer. So by the time it came for the jury to try to figure out what we were nomming, it was really difficult. I believe our short list of what we wanted to consider was over 50 entries long, and there were avid advocators for basically every single one of them. So, hard category to try and narrow down to begin with.
Now, I want to just try, and because I know the thing that's like sticking out like a sore thumb that people are looking at is well, first of all, Isekai Quartet is not Tenki no Ko. I wish it was, but that's what it's labeled as on the jury side, and it won the public. Now, I do think that there is value to a kind of like meshing of popular shows that everyone loves, and Isekai Quartet 2, it actually surprised me in that you have actual mentions of show elements, so it's not just like superficial. You actually do have to know the show to understand some of what happens. But yeah, anything else you want to add?
Yeah, when it came to Isekai Quartet 2, it wasn't necessarily a case of the jury hating it so much as it never really landed for any of us. That combined with some elements not quite feeling like they fit, character comedy moments feeling like they were out of character for the characters doing them, and it wound up being where it is. That's all I can really say.
Yeah, you're fine. All right, well, thanks for coming by. Thanks for telling us how the jury went.
Yeah, no problem.
All right. That was Nimitz, the short of the year. Short, I always love short as a category. I think there's just so much space to work with here. And I'll be sure to check these out, especially Pokemon. I mean, Pokemon, it really did really well these awards, huh? All right, but we're going to move on into movie. Our guest for movie is none other than Kiwi Benny Dudes. Hey, Kiwi.
Hey, how's it going?
Should I call you Kiwi, or I think we've gone over this before. You are not a Kiwi.
No, I am not.
I don't mean
New
the
Zealand.
fruit.
I named myself after the not the fruit or the country.
That's actually pretty impressive, because then you have no frame of reference.
Yeah, exactly.
Kiwi is a moderator of our anime, fellow moderator, because he actually was recruited in the same, I guess you could call it class, as we're in the same class, dude.
Yeah,
we're like
exactly.
We're like 1A.
Yeah, this is our class reunion now.
Yeah,
It's great to be here. Thanks for having me on, Wilson.
Yeah, of
It's
course.
great to be here.
But hey, without further ado, best movies of the year.
Best movie. Kaiju no Kodomo, Studio 4 Degrees C, directed by Ayumu Watanabe.
どこまでもついてきた
Konosuba movie, JC Staff, directed by Takaomi Kanazaki. Made in Abyss movie, Kinema Citrus, directed by Masayuki Kojima.
この道の先に何かあるのか
Ongaku, independently made by Kenji Iwaisawa. Promare, Trigger, directed by Hiroyuki Imaishi. Sora no Alsa was Hirohito Yo, Cloverworks, directed by Tatsuki Nagai. Tenki no Ko, Comics Wave, directed by Makoto Shinkai. Violet Evergarden Gaiden, Kyoto Animation, directed by Haruka Fujita.
Alright, and your public winner for Movie of the Year is Konosuba. And the jury chose Angaku.
What'd you think of movies this year, Ben?
I actually thought that anime movies in particular as a whole this year were pretty good, which is very impressive considering the state of the pandemic and, just the limited access that we all had. But, I felt like the anime industry really adapted, like Made in Abyss in particular, put their movie on streaming, and Violet Evergarden did the same. And of course, Konosuba got the Crunchyroll release as well. So even though we were all kind of locked down, we still had access to all these great movies. And I think as a whole, they were just, a lot of them were really, really good. And I saw a good chunk of these nominees, and I thought they were all excellent.
I also saw a good. I'm actually surprised at how many of these I was able to see. And so just to clarify, and I think this was in the intro video, but the way that we do eligibility is that there has to be wildly available subs for the movie to be eligible. So this is to give everyone an equal chance, because not everyone can go to the theater, you know, and watch these, especially in the time of COVID. Even though, like you said, some movies like Made in Abyss were able to adapt.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I was so fortunate that I was able to see Premiere in theaters. I saw the Violet Evergarden movie in theaters. I saw Tenki no Ko. I did not see Tenki no Ko in theaters. But I really should have, because it really shines. I saw Konosuba in theaters too. I saw so many of these.
Yeah, I actually saw a lot of these in theaters too. The only ones I didn't see was Made in Abyss and Violet Evergarden, I think. I saw the rest of them, I'm pretty sure.
All right. Well, let's bring in the juror and see what the jury thought. The juror for this segment is Jag. Hey, Jag.
Good evening.
Good evening. How did it go with the jury for the movies? You had so many good options here. I imagine it was pretty hard.
It was a tough category, but right away, Promare and Ongoku were our runaway favorites, or at least Ongoku was our runaway favorite at the very end of the year. It just kind of inched in right there at the very last few days of the year, and it did shake things up. The two of them fought very closely for the first place spot, and Ongoku just barely won by 1 vote.
By 1 vote? Oh, man.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really impressive. You know, I watched Angaku in preparation for the stream, and I just wanted to ask you quick. So I was researching for the movie, and Angaku is the first film from director Kenji Iwasawa, and it won first in the jury rankings, you know? So what do you think was particularly appealing about his directing style, and why do you think the jury valued it so highly?
Well, there are 2 different overall directing styles in this movie. The comedy segments and the more hyper-animated sequences. The comedy segments rely on these long, still shots, something similar to Force Majeure if you've seen it, to almost squeeze out all the gravitas the characters have and show them to be the simple-minded idiots they really are, almost as if they need so much time to process every little thing that happens. And of course, there's the big Sakaga sequences, which bring about this surrealness, and these freeform sequences allow the animation to just go hog wild. And what makes all the storyboarding decisions so appealing is that they're all unique, memorable, and purposeful, which we, the jury, definitely value.
No, for sure. I mean, like so the montage we chose, the clip that we chose for Ongaku, is this crazy, just absolute insane 360 sequence of them playing the first note, and it was just one of many different clips that we could have chosen to show off just how great this movie looks. And again, the looks is only one part of it.
Exactly. Outside of the visuals, it is incredible. Not only is it entertaining as hell, and by the way, the movie is incredibly funny through and through, definitely due to its charming characters, but also because it managed to sell how passion going right feels. Probably the best example is the music, which is incredibly basic, or even straight up ditches the basics. And the joke at first is that it's incredibly noisy and sounds kind of garbage, but they keep more or less the same song for the rest of the movie. And somehow, they managed to make it sound good by the end. Probably because it represents something the characters are proud of, and thematically it represents something they poured all their passion in. And there's something pretty cool about something so stupidly basic. I don't know, I'm not a music guy, it's not my expertise, but I do remember loving the music.
And I will say, to comment on the jury pick, because I was able to see Konosuba movie in theaters, and you know, I don't. Sometimes we can kind of rag on the public. We think about it's all popularity, and I mean, no, it literally is. However, the Konosuba movie was a great time. I saw it with a couple of my friends that we had watched and patiently waited for the first 2 seasons for. And it's not only more of the same, it's an evolution of Megumin and Kazuma's relationship, kind of. But it's the same comedic bents, and the character interactions are, as always, to die for. And again, you're able to pump in some insane Sakuga sequences as well. Also, the movie is by JC Staff, and I think that just goes to show how, some people think, oh, Konosuba's janky, oh, Studio Dean's at it again. It really goes to show how that was like an intentional style.
Go
ahead.
Well, we do agree that the Megumin and Union development of the movie were the strongest parts of the movie, and we do also agree that the Sakuga was at its peak in the entire franchise in this movie. But I say almost a hard disagree that the movie was an evolution of the original show. In fact, the jury kind of the jury was kind of in consensus that it was more of the same, and that really did hurt its standing a bit. Ultimately, where your stance on the movie was in the jury was how much you liked the original humor, more or less. At the very least, if you weren't a fan of the original humor of the show, the movie did no favors trying to change your opinion on that, especially if you were turned off a bit by some of the sexual humor. And that's also a bit of the reason why people were turned off by the Kazuma Megumin relationship development, because the scene that develops it is kind of based on this weird sexual harassing kind of scene, but
which is classic Konosuba.
Which is classic, but it does make you it makes it hard to want them to be together. Like, it's a joke, but are we supposed to take the development seriously or not? Right?
I do agree. I can see where that's coming from. I think I just like small Megumin, by which I mean her extended family. So Ongaku won jury. We let Kenji Iwasawa and the team behind Ongaku know, and they got back to us.
Oh my god.
Yeah, here you go. Thank you very much for awarding Ongaku our Sound Movie of the Year. It may be somewhat unique compared to other Japanese anime, and it definitely is, but to hear that it is being appreciated by fans both at home and abroad makes the long 7 years we spent tirelessly completing the film
7 years.
truly feel worth it. That is ridiculous. It's amazing, and I'm so glad that we're able to honor them in this way. 7 years. Yeah. Imagine working.
Man did 40,000 keyframes, man, all by himself, more or less. It was like this guy was working almost on his own. He did have assistants, but he spent like 40,000 keyframes over 7 years to make this blast of a movie.
Yeah, I think it really comes through to the framework, and just the art in that movie especially is really striking. In particular, I think I was talking to one of the mods about this earlier, but it's one of the only anime films that was nominated this year that does not look like a conventional anime film. It's very striking in the way it's drawn and animated. It's very boisterous and loud to go with the music theme, and I think it really shines through.
Yeah, I think with people like Kenji Iwasawa around, alongside giants like Masaki Yuasa, we have nothing to fear about movies in the future.
Exactly. And I'm really looking forward to seeing where these rookie directors go in the future, because I think it shows that they are very good at their craft.
Yeah. All right. Well, I thank you guys so much for coming by. Time flew by. I really love talking movies with y'all, but I really appreciate your thoughts.
Yeah. Thanks so much, Wilson.
Thank you very much.
Blast.
All right, and let's go. We are moving on to Anime of the Year. The biggest, the best. Not I would not say the most important. It's definitely important, but everything else is important too. But hey, come on. This is like the treat after a long it's almost 5 hours. 5 hours we've been waiting for this. Let's go. And of course, like the guest is not Kamimashita. Oh, I suppose it is. That is true. But I'm also joined by Isla McTeer. Hi, Isla.
hello from Scotland. It's like the morning, 1:37 a.m. But yeah.
1:37 a.m. I'm so sorry that we.
1:37
Here are your nominees for Anime of the Year.
Anime of the Year. Akudama Drive, Piero, directed by Tomohisa Taguchi. Chihaya Furu Season 3, Madhouse, directed by Morio Asaka. Eizoken ni wa te o dasuna, Science Saru, directed by Masaki Yuasa. Golden Kamui Season 3, Geno Studio, directed by Hitoshi Nanda. Great Pretender, Wit Studio, directed by Hiro Kaburagi. Haikyuu To the Top, Production IG, directed by Masako Sato. Kaguya-sama Love is War Season 2, A1 Pictures, directed by Mamoru Hatakeyama. Oregairu Season 3, Feel, directed by Kei Oikawa.
ちょっと可愛いデザインかも。今日一でテンション高っ。
ReZero Season 2, White Fox, directed by Masaharu Watanabe.
つい気持ちが流行ってしまったよ。
Toru Kagaku no Railgun T, JC Staff, directed by Tatsuyuki Nagai.
All right, so the jury winner is sorry, that's my fault. So the public winner is ReZero Season 2. Yeah, Season 2. God, I'm so tired. And the jury winner is Chihaya Furu Season 3. Woo!
I think all I can say is surprise Pikachu face. I think these two are the most unsurprising results I've ever seen of all time.
Right.
Especially compared to Crunchyroll. Like Crunchyroll had Jujutsu Kaisen, I think, right? Or
I think that was like I know that I've seen this being said a few times, but like I don't really agree with the fact that Jujutsu Kaisen was even like nominated, considered for anime. Like I personally, I really like Jujutsu Kaisen. I think it's a good action kind of shonen anime, but anime of the year right now when it's not even finished airing, I don't know.
Again, at the end of the day, our public. Okay, I'm not trying to start a feud with Crunchyroll. Don't sue me. I'm not sponsored by anything. To watch Precon or whatever. But Isla, 2020, been a crazy year. You know, even within that craziness, this is how I started off the show. We were given so many great anime to watch. What do you think about the shows this year?
We were given a lot of really good anime this year, considering what's been happening, obviously all across the world. It's been an interesting year for anime, to be honest. I don't know if many people will agree with me, but I watched much less than I usually would. Usually I watch a lot of anime every year, but I didn't watch as much. And I don't know if it was a combination of, I guess, the way the year was or the selection. But then if I look at the list, there was a lot of really great anime that are up for, obviously, Anime of the Year. Personally, my anime of the year is both the public and also the jury's number 2, which is Kaguya-sama. I'm a huge Kaguya-sama fan, manga and anime. I think its direction and just everything about it's amazing. And what's quite interesting is that the jury and the public are kind of pretty much, well, not super similar, but there's a lot that are kind of matching as well, which I think is pretty cool. And I know that for me, another anime I really enjoyed as well was Great Pretender. Unfortunate about the ending, obviously.
Really? What is it just a bad ending or what? I hear so many great things about Great Pretender. No, I it's been on the list for I have it all legally purchased.
Great Pretender was amazing in almost every single way, but the ending was just okay. I suppose it just wasn't. I think for me, it kind of hit so many highs, and then to get to the end, it just wasn't quite what I was expecting or quite what I wanted from it, considering it just looks amazing, sounds amazing, the voice acting was brilliant, both in the English dub and also in the original Japanese. So that was a little bit disappointing for me to see how it kind of turned out, but still a really good anime. Still a really good anime.
It sounds like it wasn't a bad ending. It was just like it reached such high soaring peaks that anything less than that would be a disappointment.
Yeah, pretty much. It was like, oh wow, this is so good, and it just honestly, when it first kind of came on screen and you see all those colors pop at you, it felt like nothing else. And then, you know, to not get the ending that I feel like it might have deserved, but also it kind of closed itself off, so it felt very like kind of singular. So it's like one season only. We probably won't see it again. Maybe we'll see it again. I don't know, but they did close it off, which was quite nice.
One thing I wanted to ask you is that both of these winners, they're equals. Do you think that's significant? What do you think that is?
Well, I know I'd heard someone say earlier that like the 2020 was the year of sequels, which it really was. It really was the year of sequels, and kind of like RE0, to see that come back and to see it hit with season 2. Personally, for me, it took me, I don't know if this is a similar reaction to everyone else, but it took me a long time to get through season 1. I liked it, didn't love it, but I think that season 2 did much better. I do really like the kind of direction they've gone with in season 2, and there's certain episodes that really stood out. Chihaya Furu, I have never seen. I'd love someone to pitch me Chihaya Furu to see why it's so good. I've seen screenshots. I've basically seen the full show. Screenshots on Twitter.
All over Twitter.
All over Twitter. Seen screenshots everywhere. I know the basic premise, but I know I really need to see it. It's that one show that's on the watch list.
Yeah, I was telling you before that you know, I've been so busy, but I was in the middle of watching season 1, and I'm almost at the end. But it's like, you know, it's like that really good chocolate that you buy to treat yourself, and you don't eat it all at once. You just break off a little piece, have some character development, have some nice sportsy plot every once in a while, just to pick yourself up, you know.
I don't know if you're the same, but like, do you ever like hear about an anime or see an anime and go, I know I'm gonna love this, so I'm not gonna watch it right now?
Oh my god, so many times.
This is how I feel about Chihaya Furu. I know I'm gonna love it. Like it's got all of the elements of anime that I really love, and I know I'm gonna really like it, but I'm just gonna put it on the back burner and watch some trash instead. That's how it goes.
I think that's a common pitfall that we fall into.
Literally.
Now to bring in, let's bring in the juror. The juror for this category is none other than Malacostruca Flame. Hi, Flame.
Hello.
Howdy.
How are you doing?
Better than you've been.
The bitter cold,
struggle.
The sleeping next to a gas fireplace, hoping I don't die of carbon monoxide poisoning. All that's been worth it, I think. It's been a great time.
Worth it for the awards.
Well, I mean, so that wasn't because of the awards, I will say, but I will pretend it is, so it feels less bad. But yeah, Flame, how did it go for this year? I know Anime of the Year has always been kind of historically, what would you call it? Not passionate. I'll go with passionate.
Okay, that's a good description.
But yeah, how'd it go this year?
It wasn't quite as wild as previous years. It's a lot more subdued, but it went really smoothly. Actually, I think we got a good slate of nominees. Wasn't much, discontent.
Were you pretty unanimous on like who would win?
We were quite unanimous on number one.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, I think going into it, we had 17 jurors this year. I would say at least 8 of us had Chihaya as like our number one going into it. It's kind of hard to beat that.
If there was ever an advert for like having to watch this show, I think it's that.
Yeah, I think the top 4 were pretty predictable even before the juries were really announced.
Yeah, like my kind of main question that I have that I wonder from like other anime fans, if Great Pretender had a better ending, do you think that it would be higher up on the list.
Absolutely. I think the main complaint that people had about it was how much they hated the last arc of it, and especially the post credits scene. Not to get too spoilery. Yeah, people did not take well with that.
Oh, okay.
Oh god, I've actually blocked the post-credit scene from my head, so I just realized everything I just said before actually is completely
Yeah, no,
invalid.
it's probably going to have a sequel.
Yeah, no, I actually blocked the post-credit scene from my head because I really didn't like it, so
Yeah.
that's my bad. Yeah, no, there will be a season 2. I thought they could just wrap it up and make it one, but
Yeah, they could've.
I'm playing it back in my head. I don't want it. I don't want it. Take it away.
Okay, well that's and Flame, as Isla said, she's not familiar with Chiafuru other than mostly subtitled anime. Former guest of the show,
Shout out to Gianni.
just absolutely spamming it, gushing about it on Twitter. Can you sell the show real quick?
Oof, that's hard. I think the reason it won is because it is phenomenally well written. In terms of characters, especially. This season focused mainly on side characters, and it was still the best season. That's just like how well constructed the entire cast is. Especially, I think people love Taichi. As
he won best main character in a dramatic role. So.
Oh yeah, no, he dominated main dramatic. I think a huge reason of why Chihaya won is because of Taichi. He's just such a excellent, well-realized character. Debatably an incel, according to
okay.
some.
No, I'm pretending I didn't hear that. So, any last questions y'all want to ask each other about this, about Anime of the Year?
Well, you guys voted, so like compared to the public, right? So the public voted RE0 season 2 top, and you guys gave it like 6. What was your reason for that?
I think people were apprehensive about it because it is just half a season. There were some people that thought it shouldn't really have even been eligible.
Yeah, that's fair. That's totally fair. I felt the same with Kaisen for the Crunchyroll Awards in the same way.
Also, it doesn't help that it isn't the best looking show in the world.
Yeah, the some of the choices, especially during like the flashback sequences, it's a little suspect.
There were some very passionate fans of it, though, in the AOTY jury.
Okay, well, hey, Anime of the Year. We're 5 hours in, guys. 4 hours and 50 minutes. And here's your results. I think again, Isla, thank you so much for stopping by. Always love having you on. And Flame, always love talking to you. You guys enjoy the rest of the stream. What little of it there is.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me. Much appreciated.
All right, hey guys, that's it. We're almost there. Again, big shout out to everyone that is responsible for, because again, not just me. I just show up. That's basically all. I show up. I give you the show. I show you the results. But there's so much work behind the scenes with all the hosts wrangling guests, reaching out to people, getting these amazing industry acknowledgments from Kevin Penkin and the Ongaku team and Cindy Yamauchi. Now, like I mentioned before, all the results are posted on the results website that is live right now. As in, it's right here. Hi, results webpage. So it's split into the different categories, obviously, but you can also view all the categories at once. And like I said, each result has a corresponding write-up that you can read regarding exactly why it's placed where it is. These write-ups are done by the members of the jury. They're meticulously looked over and proofread. And it's just one of the crowning achievements, I think, of what we try to do here, which is we don't try to just say, hey, you know, what show does everyone like, and you know, how can we show people that it's great. We really try to go above and beyond and give everything a fair shake and let people know. Basically, what I always thought of the awards is that it is the ultimate recommendation list. As in, hey, me personally, I wasn't able to watch many shows in the last year. I don't know if y'all know, but I am a nursing student, actually. I've been going to clinicals, doing 12-hour days, and then due to the pandemic, I've actually decided that I had to pick up a job as well. So I'm working, studying. I got a test on Monday. So I wasn't able to watch most everything, even my favorite genre, slice of life. I talked about how much I liked Fishing Girls on the show, but I haven't even finished it. Which is, you know, I'm not being a good juror, but now I'm able to go to this website and just look at. I'm definitely watching Akudama Drive. It looks so sick, and I can read about why they chose it here. If you look at the category overviews, you'll see a little write-up about the state of the category as a whole. Like, hey, action this year was so super good, and blah blah blah. And you can also see the voting data for the public awards. This is entirely transparent. And yeah, this is just everything. We also have a page for acknowledgments, so you can take a look at the people that we were able to reach out to and really, you know, show them how much we love all the stuff that they make, because I think that's so important. And yeah, again, thanks to all of our guests. I love that every single year our guests get more diverse and more amazing. I really love talking to literally everyone. Sean Chiplock was so chill. Megan, Kayli, Rose, everyone was amazing, and I really loved being able to have the opportunity to sit here and, you know, just really ask some questions about what they're up to and what they're doing, because I think we get so few chances to really explore that.